Good evening. Well, I think it's time I fix these damn glasses because they're driving me nuts. No. 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 Close, but not quite. Ow. Watch where you're poking. Ooh. Mini box cutter. Very nice. Ooh, a level for something. Ah. We do have a tape measure. Can you go back in? Thank you. None of my mini screwdrivers appear to be in the tool bag. Well, that's annoying. I think it might actually just be over on my desk somewhere for fixing my glasses as they need to be. Actually, this would be useful for this. Do you have any more of those? You just have the one. Yes, we'll just leave it for now. Yes. Wire cutter. Or, you know, torture implement. Nice thing, of course, about tools is they have multiple purposes, don't they? Anyway, I'm just going to check over on my desk and see if that is indeed there. And a happy new year to you too, evil nerd. Let's see here. I can picture it in my mind, but I don't know where it has gone. Maybe Rose knows. I looked, I didn't see them. I thought there might be one there, but excuse me, folks. Might have been around the back, right? Excuse me again. Normally I can't really reach, but here somewhere. I know there was one around here before. Oh, that's disappeared too. Good evening, Charlie Varick. There's my screwdriver. That one. Oh, wait a second. I wonder if it's in here. There's a lot of little things in here. Computer parts. Ah! Bingo. That's the one I was looking for. It was hiding right in front of us the whole time. Ooh, look, and an even smaller one. Fabulous. Okay. This is exactly what we need. Now, I'll put this one in here too. So remember, folks, the tiny screwdrivers are in the white box. So all we got to do is, see, there's one of these, they're like the flip-up shades kind of thing. And this one's just a little loose, so. A little better. There we go. Yeah, much better. Maybe we'll just give the other one a little tweak as well, just to make sure it's good. There. Excellent. So a bit of a later start tonight because, well, that's just the way it goes sometimes. So, yeah. What am I up to? I'm pretty sure the title of the stream gives that away, but the thumbnail should too. Just saying. Should be pretty obvious. Basically a behind-the-scenes stream where I am filming and streaming live the biggest horror update ever. We've done 24 segments so far. We're about to do the 25th and however many others we feel like doing tonight. I don't know that we're going to do a ton tonight, but I've got a little stack here of at least 3 parts that we're going to try to get done today. So it's been mostly movies, a lot of graphic novels, which we covered several segments ago. Tonight we're going to be tackling some new books that I got. Mostly horror, a couple that dip into dystopian sci-fi territory, but I consider that horror adjacent. So, yeah, some pretty cool stuff. And then after that, we got stacks and stacks and stacks of movies left to go. So we might tackle 1 or 2 of those stacks as well. So I figured it'll be about 2 or 3 more streams to wrap everything up. And then I will be retreating into editing land, into the editing cave for however long it takes. And then got a whole bunch of closer looks to film while I'm editing the updates, because they're all going to be kind of posted concurrently with each other, or like alternating. So, yeah, getting about 2 or 3 months worth of content ready to go in advance, because I have a lot of projects to work on this year. So I want to kind of make sure that all the various facets of my content stuff are well taken care of, and I can just kind of leave on autopilot for a little bit while I work on some of the other projects behind the scenes. So yeah, and then we'll also get back to doing some gaming streams. Got quite a few games that are kind of in limbo at the moment that I want to get back to. So yeah, lots of stuff. But first order of business is to get this mega update done. We've been working on it for at least 3 weeks now. I think this is the 3rd week we've been working on it. So yeah, cool. But we're coming into the home stretch finally. We've actually made a lot of progress over the past several streams, and don't have very much left to go. So there you go. And hello, D-Man David. Yes. Everybody's on YouTube tonight, enjoying the 4K quality, I hope. We finally got the 4K back up and running. Yeah, there's some issues with my network settings apparently, so I had to fiddle with things a little bit, but we seem to have it all sorted now. We'll see how it goes. I'm hoping it is, because I'd like to get back to the 4K gaming. Got all this fancy schmancy new equipment to give you the better quality. I want to be able to, give you the better quality, right? So that's that. The spooky ambiance in the background, the spooky sound effects and stuff, are from one of my old Halloween horror tapes, specifically one simply entitled Terrifying Sounds. It was side B of a audio story called The House That Died. So one side was the story, the other side was a nice little compilation of sound effects. I originally picked it up back in the early 90s in the IT store. I don't know if they're even around anymore, but the IT store was it's kind of like Spencer's, actually, if you guys know Spencer's. It was like an early version of that kind of store. It's a bit of a flimsy table covering, but it looks nice on camera, so there you go. So yeah, so today we're just continuing on with filming some more segments for the updates. Get as many as we done. Get as many as we can done today, and it will be less to do tomorrow. Right? But we've been pretty good. Been making good progress. 24 segments in the can so far. Hello, Roseth. Just don't drag across my covering. I just fixed it like literally 2 seconds ago. Thank you. And so just crash into the camera instead. What are you up to?
Going to bed shortly.
Oh, okay. So I'll have to grab Rose at some point. We've still got a bunch of segments to film for the Halloween special that kind of eyeballing it as the 20th anniversary of me being on YouTube special now, which I think is a good time frame. It gives us a little extra time to work on it and polish it up and make sure everything is as good and wonderful as it can be. And yeah, and then once that goes up, you know, the gloves are off. Then it's just going to be an avalanche of Multimedia Chronicles coming your way. Yeah, a lot of which is already filmed. Just need to do the editing, which is honestly the easy part. And yeah, so you have all these updates to look forward to, as well as the Omnibus edition if you enjoy a nice 6 to 7 hour long mega video. Got a whole bunch of closer looks. Got to do the updates first, right? Then we do the closer looks. The closer looks will also double as unboxings, so a lot of that will be pretty fun because it'll be the first time I've seen the innards of all those cool box sets and whatnot, as well as you guys. So, yeah. And also along with that, we'll finally be posting the final parts of The Thing Remastered and Dead Space Remastered, so 2 alternating playthroughs coming your way. So yeah, it's going to be basically 4 new videos a day for at least a couple of months there as we kind of get caught up on some of the spooky shenanigans. And yeah, we'll see how long that lasts. But it'll at least give you, 2 or 3 months of non-stop content. Good luck. Good luck, everybody. Hope you can keep up. Where the hell did I put my water? Oh, it's over here. Of course, Rose just came home. She was at a friend's place playing Magic. She's very into Magic the Gathering these days. I'm actually just going to put these away. So, for future reference, I found the little screwdrivers. They're in this box. If you ever need one, that's where they are. Just so you know, and also in case I forget again. Spongy thing from the microphone fell off again. Cat was sniffing at it. What are you sniffing at? And I realized, oh, yes, of course. But of course. Okay. Move you guys over just a smidge, I think. Just need to grab my SD card. So yesterday, if anyone's curious about how much disk space all these videos take up, yesterday's filming took up about 240 gigabytes. So that's why I'm a little annoyed at the suddenly skyrocketing price of storage and RAM. Thank you, AI, that nobody fucking asked for. because it keeps blowing my hair all over the place. Alright, so I just have to format the card. All the files have been transferred and look good. Well, I do notice the, oh, our lights went off. By the way, anyone who was here yesterday, I did check the final thumbnail and the lights were still on for it. So we managed to scooch in just before the lights turned off. Yeah, those lights are battery powered, so they turn off after, I don't know, a certain amount of time, a few hours. I mean, they last quite a long time, but I guess in the interest of conserving battery, which makes sense. Sorry, 275 gigabytes were used. I'm just formatting. It tells me how much space has been used. So, all right, I'm just gonna empty that again. I feel like that skull is not in the right place. Does it have, Hi, how's it going? Yeah, that should be fine. All right. Card is formatted. Now, also noticed my angle was ever so slightly askew from where I normally like it yesterday. So, I'm going to move it like way back here. I think that's good. Alright. We just need something for our focus. Let's use good old Michael Knight. Put our lights back on. Okay, we don't need to be going to the disco. There we go. Hi, everyone said hello and then just fell silent. Interesting. Looks pretty good. Oh yeah, that's much better. I think the problem was last time I didn't have it pulled back for us and quite centered. Get out of the way. There's just no room here. Is that centered? More or less. Okay. That is the wrong light pattern. Hold on. I think when it powered off, it remembered which sequence it left off on. So when I tried to cycle through them the number of times I normally do to get to the patterning that I like, there's like 8 different patterns, I think. It went to the wrong one. Okay. Oh. Oh no, we're good. Okay. I think we're good. Awful quiet out there. Everybody half asleep or what? What? It is quite late. I'm sure we'll get some of our UK viewers anyway. It's early morning for them. What time is it anyway? Midnight. Midnight, the updating hour. Excellent. What's up? What's up, church? You okay? That was our black cat. I can tell the voices. I'll check on it. I'll be right back. What's wrong? What's up, church? Come in. I heard him. Oh, you're just looking for mommy? Like, mommy, where are you? Oh. I think he was just concerned. He didn't know where Mummy was. Mummy is Rose, of course. Okay. Good morning, Adrian James. All right, well, let's begin. Just in time. We're just about to start the first segment of the day. Earlier, I finally repaired my glasses here, so the dark lens isn't flopping all over the place. Sorry, who's that something? As soon as I start filming, that's when everybody starts talking. The official Austin 758. Hello. Accept no substitutes. On the plus side, my eczema is almost completely cleared up. Finally. I don't know why. Just like last month, I got like just the most annoying flare up. So annoying. I hate it. Genetics, man. My mom had really bad eczema, so I assume that's where I got it from. I wanted it to be cleared up before I did the closer looks, because you're going to see my fingers really close, right? I didn't want that to be all nasty. Anyway. You didn't need to know any of that. The more you know, the more you're horrified. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 25, the silver anniversary episode of the biggest horror update ever. Today, we're going to be taking a little break from the movies for at least a couple of segments, where we check out some new books I got for the horror library. So let's get started. New books on the biggest horror update ever on the Multimedia Chronicles. Could have been enunciated a little better, but it's fine. It's fine. Alrighty, so next up we have a selection. Alrighty, so next up we have a selection of new books for the horror library. Yeah, so some interesting reference books, some stories, a couple of novels. I must begin with an apology, because this first book I'm going to talk about was actually sent to me for review purposes, au gratis, by the author himself, about 1.5 years ago. So I'm terribly sorry it has taken me this long to talk about it, but yeah, as you can probably tell, we've been a little behind on the updates, so, you know, you're in good company. So, let us begin with that book, finally, and it is pretty excited about this one, honestly. The Captain Power Companion by Peter S. Murano. So this is, as far as I know, the only time there has ever been a definitive guidebook, reminiscence book covering a bookity book. So this is the first time, and I guess the only time I can think of, that there's really been like any kind of definitive guide, companion, reference book to Captain Power and the Soldiers of the Future. You guys will know what a massive fan I am of that show. It was absolutely one of my early autistic obsession shows, and it remains one of my all-time favorites to this day. I just love it. It's so dark, being a supposed kids show and based on a toy line and whatnot. The reason I'm including it in the horror updates is, well, it's post-apocalyptic sci-fi. I mean, there's no bones about it. This is horror adjacent, no question. I mean, it's about the end of the world, and some of the things that happen in it are, quite frankly, rather horrific. You know, I mean, the whole thing about how what it's like to be digitized is described is very disturbing, you know. And so anyway, this is wonderful, and he even autographed it for me, so thank you so much, Peter. I really appreciate that. I will include a link in the description for anyone who would like to get this book for themselves. But this is a fantastic tome that just goes into every facet of the of the show. It doesn't get as much into the behind the scenes stuff as I might have liked, but we do have some pretty comprehensive guides to the story and the characters, and it's loaded with pictures and screenshots and all kinds of things. This is just a terrific resource, and yeah, and it even goes into the toys and such, so you get a lot of photos of the toy packaging, including some of the toys that didn't get released or were only released in limited markets and things like that. So it's really cool. And then you've got where is it here? Oh yeah, so you got like a whole like profile of the entire cast, and you've got, yeah, so there's a whole section on the toys and merchandise, because of course it was originally based on a toy line, and you got photos of everything. Beautiful full color photos, nice glossy pages, so they show up quite nicely. And where is it here? Yeah, so for example, if you look here, you've got like the Dread Tank that we never got here. Like, I don't know, did this even make it past prototype? No, it was in Europe. Yeah, in Europe they got a bunch of toys that we actually didn't get here. So I don't know if it was just a little more popular over there or what. But yeah, good luck finding some of those now. Oh, hey, look, the VHS tapes, which I actually did a big video about a while back. And that was actually where Peter found me. He was looking for, you know, fan videos about Captain Power, and he saw my video giving an overview of my collection, and that was when he contacted me about it. So that's very cool. And what else? Yeah, this is one of the big things, though, and this is one of the reasons to get it. Huge section with an in-depth one-on-one interview with the in-depth one-on-one, oh fuck's sake, the in-depth one-on-one interview with Captain Jonathan Power himself, Tim Dunnigan. How cool is that? So we actually have the man himself giving us all his stories about the making of the show, and like, what an absolute treat. And then after that, and that's a huge section in here, and then we get into a full episode guide, and Peter gives us his thoughts on the episodes. I don't always agree with some of his assessments, but I mean, that's what a review is, right? It's all opinion based. So yeah, the episode guide actually goes pretty far into, you know, the nitty gritty of every episode, and is a pretty significant part. I'm still flipping through it here. Is a pretty significant part of the book. But I mean, to be fair, that's the meat of it right there, is the show itself, right? So, you know, and we've already got, like, I'd say it's a good like third of the book. But then we get a section at the end that goes into some of the other stuff. So, for example, the comic books, which sadly they only ever published 2 issues of. It was written and drawn by Neil Adams. I don't know how much of a comic book fan Peter is. He was, I feel, a little overly harsh on the comic book. I liked it personally in that it was taking some familiar elements of the story from the show. It essentially adapts A Summoning of Thunder, which was the origin story, the 2-part origin story. But puts a few different spins on it, and it's unfortunate we only got 2 issues, because it looks like they were going to take things in slightly different directions and give us a little more expansion of the story along the way. And you know, with what we got, unfortunately, it just you know, it feels like we just got a taste of what was to come, and then it was over. And yeah, there was an alternate cover for the first issue, which unfortunately I don't have. I do have the 2 main issues, but I didn't get the alternate cover. But I mean, myself being a huge comic book fan, I love Neil Adams' work. Yeah, and there's the second issue there. You can see I'm making the editing of this video very difficult for myself with all the close-ups, but whatever, we'll work with it. I want to make sure you guys get a good look at the contents of the book here. And then here we even goes into, you know, the activity books, which were very big in the 80s for any children's franchise. I have quite a few books, activity books like this for other things, like, you know, Inhumanoids. I think I did a video about a while back, and stuff like that. And it's interesting. to me, to collect things like that, to do with these short-lived franchises. And Captain Power was quite big for such. And Captain Power was quite big considering it only lasted a year. You know, they actually produced a fair amount of merchandise in that year. As you can see, the toy line got quite extensive. And yeah. And then here we have a huge section about Phoenix Rising, which was the proposed reboot, reimagining, remake, return of Captain Power. They got as far as doing a teaser trailer and some poster art and stuff like that, and then unfortunately it just never seemed to come to pass. However, we do have, and this is an interesting section, I've actually watched some of these videos, fan-made videos, much like when Doctor Who was in, post-cancellation limbo, the so-called wilderness years between the original series and the 2005 reawakening of the series. Fans would step in and make their own fan films. So the same thing has been done with Captain Power. So this fellow Roman Shevelev has done a series of CG Captain Power videos. So pretty cool. Not AI, CG. So all handmade, done himself. And I've watched a couple of them, and they're actually quite well done. And, kind of give you some very appreciated continuations of the story. And he actually Peter actually does a full interview with him in here as well. Sorry. And Peter actually does a full interview with him here, talking about, the process of making the videos and his ideas for continuing the story and so forth. And, it's pretty cool. Yeah, and I really like this section here, where he talks about in defense of Captain Power. That's very reminiscent to me of when I would talk about it with my friends. They thought I was just crazy, like obsessed with this kids show, and they didn't, because it definitely didn't have a Hollywood budget. It was produced in Canada and stuff like that, but it was also very cutting edge in a lot of ways with its use of CG and so forth. And the music score. One thing I definitely agree with Peter on, is how great the music score is. The Gary Gutzman orchestral score that was done for the show. It's just epic, and I love listening to it just as music, and so does he. In fact, I remember reading through the opening couple of chapters here. He just gushes about the music score so much in throughout that whole intro, and it's like, yes, I get it. It's a great score, but So long and the short is, if you are a Captain Power nut like me, get this book, Peter S. Morano, The Captain Power Companion. Available. I'm not sure where it's available because he just sent it to me, but. I'll find out where it's available. I'll send him a message and find out. But there you go. Again, sorry it took me so long to do a video about it, but I wanted to put it in with the horror updates because I've always considered a sci-fi apocalypse, because I've always considered post-apocalyptic sci-fi to be horror adjacent. In fact, I have a section in my horror section, which those who've been watching this whole update series will know, in my horror section. So, and this is one of the all-time greats, and this is probably one of the first sort of post-apocalyptic sci-fi anything that I watched, actually. The same year that this came out, the Max Headroom TV series was on ABC, and that was very much dystopian but had some apocalyptic elements as well, just kind of with its aesthetic. And then the following year we had season 2 of War of the Worlds, in which the whole world was devastated by the coming of the second wave of the aliens. And it's funny because that was also shot in Canada, and I remember aesthetically thinking it was very reminiscent of Captain Power. In 1989 we had Super Force, which again, the design of the suit and the bike and the technology, and the fact that it was kind of, a little bit low budget, visually, aesthetically, and in some ways thematically, I thought it was very similar to Captain Power, and I liked it for much the same reasons. But really, all we really wanted was more Captain Power. So I have heard some interviews with Joe Michael Straczynski talking about where the story was going to go, and it sounds like it was going to get even darker in seasons 2 and beyond. So it's unfortunate they didn't get the opportunity to continue it, and that the Phoenix Rising project seems to have crumbled to ashes, as it were. But here's hoping that we'll see something. But here's hoping that Captain Power will return someday. Now, carrying on with some more post-pop. So now, I wanted to go extra in-depth on that one because I'd waited so freaking long to get around to it. And once again, I do apologize for the delay, Peter, but I hope that was an appropriately gushing overview of the book. I've been enjoying leafing through it, and I haven't sat down and read the whole thing cover to cover. I tend not to do that with reference books. I just kind of, leaf through them and, skim at my leisure. I'll probably read it. I'll probably keep it on hand, though, the next time I rewatch the show, because I am planning to do a rewatch fairly soon. Next up, we have a book that some of you may be familiar with, but I'm willing to wager that most of you are at least passingly familiar with the movie that was made based on it. By Harry Harrison, we have Make Room, Make Room. Well, I don't remember a movie called Make Room, Make Room. No, you wouldn't. But you might know a movie called Soylent Green. Yes, this is the novel that Soylent Green was based on. And there you go. And really, I don't have much more to say about it other than that. And for the longest time, I didn't even know that Soylent Green was based on a book. And I do have passing familiarity with the works of Harry Harrison, but yeah, such as The Stainless Steel Rat, which is a series I always wanted to check out, but I just never got around to it. But I remember seeing it around quite a bit in the bookstores. But yeah, so I've been wanting to revisit a lot of dystopian sci-fi stuff recently, and kind of digging around and seeing which ones are just movies and which ones are sourced from other material. So in the case of the ones based on books, I've been picking up the books. In fact, I've been doing that for a few years now. You guys might remember some book updates from a few years back where I started on that. Well, I finally got back to it, so there we go. Now, getting into some straight up horror stuff. Again, favorite movies based on books. Wanted to check out the original book. So this was no exception. Probably my all-time favorite haunted house movie ever. Loved the 60s version. Wasn't wild about the 90s remake. But I'd really like to check out the source material and get the real story. We have Shirley Jackson's The Haunting of Hill House. Yes, which is of course what the movie The Haunting was based on, which, as many of you will know, is one of my all-time favorite shows. Now, this one, of course, mentions the Netflix series, which was excellent, by the way. I love Mike Flanagan's work. I think it's terrific. So I guess we've had 3 screen adaptations of this, and I've never read the original book, so I thought it was high time I did so. So this is a very nice Penguin Classics edition, classy matte finish cover, and got a little bent in transit, but it's been sitting under some heavy books for the past few months while we've been waiting to do these updates, so it's straightened out a little more. Yeah. New book smell. Just book smell in general, like new book smell, old book smell. I just love book smell. Next up, I actually didn't know, or if I did know, I forgot, that this movie was also based on a book. Specifically, Hell House by Richard Matheson, who has written so much great stuff over the years. The author of I Am Legend and many an episode of the Twilight Zone, and countless other things as well. So I completely forgot or didn't know that The Legend of Hell House was in fact based on a novel just called Hell House. So we got Hill House and Hell House. Yes, the Mount Everest of haunted houses. Hell House. I love the movie. It is my other favorite haunted house movie of all time. Wonderful, wonderful, just terrifying, harrowing film of supernatural terror. And I've already set this aside to be my bedtime reading. Of course, got to read the scary stuff before bed, right? And just from the first couple chapters and being so intimately familiar with the movie, already it looks like the movie was actually a pretty darn faithful adaptation. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to diving into this and getting the full story of Hell House. So, good stuff. Can't go wrong with some Richard Matheson. Next up, this was one that was found at a used store by one of my exes and sold to me for a decent price. You might remember I picked up, or you might remember I did a video about record albums from my youth of a horror persuasion that were very influential. And one of them was Alfred Hitchcock's Ghost Stories. Well, he also put his name on some books. Here we have Alfred Hitchcock's Haunted Houseful. So this is very similar to the Ghost Stories album, except in this case it's a book. A lovely hardcover book in exquisite condition, full of, let me just see if I can get an example here. Yeah, you have these wonderful illustrations in here. Just very creepy, very spooky. And yeah, and all kinds of just wonderful short stories, just spooky enough for the kiddies. And yeah, man, I tell you, if I had had this book as a kid, I'm sure I would have read it cover to cover many a time. Oh, see, now look at that. That is just so creepy. I love that. And I should add, it is a very nice wraparound cover. Check that out. So as for how does Alfred Hitchcock factor into this? Well, I'm guessing he's just got like an introduction or something. And there's the inside there. Very nice. I love these old school illustrations. The you know, the black and white and blue, right? Like 3 colors or just shades thereof. So let's see here. What do we have? Yeah, introduction. Yes, it does. It has an introduction written by Alfred Hitchcock, and of course it starts with "Good evening," because of course it is. And it says at the end, "You may begin wandering through our little tract of haunted houses. No, I'm not coming with you. This is as far as I go." I like the idea that, you know, he does the introduction, but he's too scared to go on the rest of the journey with you. You have to brave the stories on your own. And yeah, so what a wonderful find, and to find it in such excellent condition was really quite a treat. So that is Alfred Hitchcock's Haunted Houseful. Now, last but most certainly not least, we have an amazing coffee table book, which is a wonderful companion piece to all those other books I've talked about before that are just all about, you know, monster movies and so forth. We have this one, which is a pictorial history of horror movies. This thing is incredible. It's massive. Look at the size of this. This is a full-blown coffee table book. Now, kind of odd, I opened it up. There's, what is this? Yeah, it's a TD Canada Trust folder. I think actually I used this folder, but inside the book were all these clippings of movie posters. It says of King Kong and Freaks and, you know, The Mummy and King Kong again. I don't know. But I don't know what these are from. Like, there's no indication. At first I was horrified. Like, oh my God, did someone just like cut up the book? But no, all of these were just in here. Like, so, like just little. Yeah, I don't even know. Like, at first I thought, did people cut them out of a magazine or something? But they're actually double-sided, and in most cases. Oh no! See, now this has like. So. I don't know. It's very strange. It's mostly movie posters, just little cutout movie posters. So, yeah, the cat and the canary. Yeah, no, very cool. Oh yeah, here we go. The Werewolf of London, which I've talked about before. Great early werewolf movie. Is that yeah, it's the Henry Hull one. So anyway, there was a whole bunch of them in here, and I didn't want, and they were just loose. So I put them in this envelope to keep them safe. And it's just so odd. But let me just set that aside for the moment. In fact, let me set all of these aside for the moment because we need the table space to be able to properly show you this thing, this monstrous book of monsters. Is this a wraparound cover? Yeah, I think this is a wraparound cover as well. So let's take a look there. And we do have the dust jacket, which is quite nice. Very rare with these older books. There we go. You kind of see that? There. Beautiful. So let me actually take the dust jacket off just so we can more easily flip through the book. There we go. It's not quite in like perfect condition. There's a little bit of wear on the edge there, but I've been very careful with it. So if we just take a gander inside, yeah, I mean this is freaking beautiful. I mean, it would take too long to go through all of it, but obviously you get the gist. Lots of photos, and being a pictorial history, it's light on text but heavy on photos. Of course, we have the Bride of Frankenstein. There are actually some color photos in here as well. I go, not a ton of them, I don't think, but oh yeah, here we go. We have here we go. The Mummy. Yeah. But what a beautiful book. So yeah, basically Annetta found these and picked them up and thought I would, asked if I'd be interested in them. I was like, yeah, for sure. And, I gave her a bit of a finder's fee bonus. But as I recall, it was not unreasonable at all. And I definitely appreciate her grabbing those for me. So it's this one and the Alfred Hitchcock one. And that's about it. But I mean, I'd say, that's a pretty cool selection of new books. I'm sure you'll all agree. There. Not in the order we talked about them, but at least in size order, which will make it a little easier for me to do the thumbnail. Alrighty, so that's the new sort of regular books we got for the collection. So, this is the blah, blah, blah. So that's it for sort of the regular new books we got for the collection. I didn't go too haywire with books this time around. I really wanted to focus more on the movies, well, and graphic novels, as you saw. But it is not the end. We've got a couple more segments to go through, but I kind of wanted to put them all in their own chapters because I feel they deserve their own space. So stay tuned. There's more books to come. Ugh. Hell.
What the?
Okay, so thumbnail time. That's okay. Actually, I think we'll do slightly to the side just because this one is so tall it gets in the way of my face. Okay. I'll set this aside because I'm reading it. Hey, Church, what you doing over there? Sniffing Mummy's box of stuff. Rose has a box over there of all her Magic the Gathering stuff. Okay. I'm just going to put these over in the horror section. This one will go here. I think I just barely have enough room for the other book. Put it there. Yeah, that's a good spot for it. So, horror movies book next to the Great Book of Movie Monsters. Which is this one. Quite nice. What is going on here? Hold on. Oh, I see. It's because there's a lip on the bottom. Annoying. Alright, that's fine. others. I actually have his dystopian sci-fi section elsewhere. I don't have as much of the sci-fi stuff out here other than some of the straight up sci-fi horror. But, yeah. Have my various books of The Thing. The Thing inspired stuff. Yeah. I'll be able to recover a little bit of shelf space soon because I'm going to actually archive all of the Neil Gaiman stuff. I don't feel right about leaving him on the shelf with everything else. Are we still recording? We are still recording. You saw nothing. You heard everything. There. Well, that's looking pretty good. So the book section is like the one section that's actually somewhat organized. The rest, yeah. Oh, I just realized I may not have room for the ones in the next section. Well, I'm just going to move these 3 books to the other room for now. There's still a kitty in here. Eclipse was running around. There we go. Back to spooky. I can't tell if the cat drank from it or not. I'm gonna refresh it anyway. Oh. Notice how easily I can walk over here now. Oh, you can just walk. walk. Amazing. Yes. We are making considerable progress, ladies and gentlemen. Considerable progress. Progress that can be considered progress. Burf. Okay. Short break, and we shall return.
It's 44.1. CHFI, Toronto's best rock. For easy listening, and women specifically. Yeah. And now, Barry White, followed by Barry Manilow, and then Barry Gibb. They hit each other. And they're fighting. He's even looking like, do you believe this shit? It's like, dude, the guy's right here. Who's what? What are you snickering about? Share the humor.
I'm just snicking at you guys. That sounds so enthusiastic.
Oh, just our enthusiasm.
I was making fun of him, sounding unenthusiastic.
Did you say you were making fun of me?
I don't think so.
I was making fun of him. I'm gonna. And the infamous mulch is the most expensive sound on the soundboard at 10,000 bits. That's a full. Caroline is still going. It's like then people at the bottom watching pukes upwards. Straight up like a fountain. Further grazing the train right here as they come back into the station. Or they're like watching, and it's like this arcing double fountain of puke just welcoming our heroes. Like a 20-gun salute, but with more puke. The 20 puke salute. That can be the name of this clip. Oh my god, can you just pick up the damn pods already?
Good work.
Thank you. This isn't janky at all. God, it's just nothing. Like, is that it? Do I just have to do everything myself? Like, seriously. Anybody can do clips. Anybody. Just clip the little... You just click the little clapper board, and you can make a clip anytime. I'm sure we'll be fine. I don't believe anyone would shoot us. To hit the TV. Alright, there we go. There's a big
What'd
screen.
the TV do?
There's a big screen TV in here. I think this is a joke about the man cave thing. Like, this is all men need. And it's literally a sleeping bag on the floor, a lamp, a lawn chair, and then a big screen TV. And that's the entire furnishings of the room.
Wait, I want to see.
All men need. Right here, folks. Well, and a bucket of chicken, you know, would be good too. So.
Oh my god, this is totally...
Right? It sounds like I just overemphasized the point of farce originally. Everything else is said normal. You know, I watched that when it originally aired.
I'm gonna die. Stop.
Hey, folks, I think we have another Luke loses it clip.
It's just the fact that, like, whenever you talk about Twin Peaks, you just very simply say, I watched it when it originally aired, that's it.
It's just become this thing. Originally. Thankful. Okay, I've done that part.
Yes.
And what was the story that I so rudely
Oh my God.
interrupted?
Twice, yes. It's not a big deal, I was simply making a remark.
Oh,
It wasn't the whole story.
oh. What was the remark?
in isolation. So
Oh.
I would have been like 13.
Well, yeah, I have the stream of it somewhere. Like, I have the original video. Oh my god. I felt the bass from that one. Like, vibrated the floor. Went into the cat tree and just rippled along the floor.
Padme Amidala, a skilled diplomat, yes, but ultimately undone by sentiment. What good is diplomacy?
Alright, well that's enough of that silliness. Hope you all enjoyed those clips. For the umpteenth time, I apologize that there's not a wider variety of clips. It's supposed to pick random ones, but I think there just haven't been that many as of late, so it just kind of cycles through them endlessly, but at least they're good ones. Anyway, next, we're on to part 26. Interesting. The rate this is going, we will have a full month's worth of update videos after this. A month, probably about a month and a half actually, because we've still got about 12 sections worth of updates to go through, so yeah, pretty cool. How's everybody doing out there? Very quiet in the chat. Which honestly isn't bad, because it's less of a distraction for me. I was reaching for my water, but I don't have it here. Let me go grab that, shall I? Had some leftover meaty pasta for dinner. It's quite delicious. Well, back to the spooky updates. Let's see. I've got a good one next. You guys are gonna like this. Any of my viewers from the UK, I think, will certainly appreciate this. Just give me a moment here to organize it a little bit. These in the wrong order. Perfect. Oh, hey, Croatin, how's it going? Good evening. Here during the witching hour, I see. On your coast, anyway. Perfect. Perfect timing. Indeed. So we just did one stack of books. Some pretty cool, eclectic mix of things. Several of which were ones that had been sitting there unupdated for a long time, so it was nice to finally get them covered in some capacity. But yeah, I might do further videos about some of those books. About my Canadian is showing at some point, but at the very least I wanted to have the updates done. Just say, hey, look what I got. And I was able to put them onto the shelves where they belong. My bookshelves are very full now. I don't know how I'm going to fit more books on it. Well, I'll be putting all the Neil Gaiman stuff away in a box somewhere. So that will free up a good chunk of shelf space on at least 3 shelves, actually. There's paperbacks, hardcovers, and all the graphic novels. So, yeah. Yeah, one of the books I updated, I felt kind of bad that I took so long because it was actually sent to me by the author as a freebie about 1.5 years ago. So, was glad to finally get that covered. Spent a little extra time talking about that one. Seemed only fair given how long I left the poor guy waiting. But, yeah. It's a really cool book. The Captain Power Companion. It's all about Captain Power and the soldiers of the future. Really the only book ever, I think, that's ever been done, like an in-depth book about the show and the toys and everything. So, all the merchandise. It was very cool. So, anyway, I'll be sure to let him know when the video drops. But yeah, obviously kind of a late start tonight. Started just a little before midnight my time. I wanted to get at least a few more in the can before I passed out. I got distracted by Netflix. I was watching, I watched Wayward recently, which was, a fictionalized story about a sort of an institute for troubled teens and all the horrible goings-on that went there. But it was very much inspired by real life. Well, I guess related to that, Netflix recommended a documentary to me that came out last year called The Program. And what that was about was the real-life institutes for troubled teens, the troubled teen industry. And just A, what a scam it is, and B, how much horrible shit goes on in those places, often unbeknownst to the parents who send their kids there. So yeah, it was pretty crazy. It also kind of resonated with me in ways I wasn't expecting. My stepmother used to run seminars tough love seminars. And that's kind of what these institutes are based around, is the whole tough love idea. Well, she used to run seminars about that, and that's where my dad met her. And she used to implement a lot of those techniques with me and with other kids in her care, her own and those of other parents. And yeah, with me she was especially harsh because I would not bend, I would not break, I would not stand for any of that shit. And so she was extra harsh with me. I have stories that I have never told. But yeah, looking at some of the techniques that were used in these institutes, I was like, oh, that's very much like what she used to do. Which was interesting. It put things in kind of a fresh perspective, but in a perspective that, you know, it was like a missing puzzle piece. And it's like, okay, that actually makes, well, not okay, but, oh, that makes more sense now. I kind of understand where that was coming from. And, I mean, I already knew about the gaslighting and you know, all that shit. I already figured all that out. But the disciplinary techniques were questionable, shall we say. Not particularly humane. They are indeed a thing of the past. And it was nice, you know, to get that perspective of being able to look at it with that distance between, you know. Like in the case of the documentary, it was done by a girl who was, she's in like her late 20s, early 30s now. And she was in one of these programs for about a year and a half. And it was her and several other survivors. Yes. You refer to them as survivors because that is exactly what they are. Going back to the building that used to house that particular one that they went to. It's all shut down now. But the interesting thing is it was all shut down, but all the files were still there, just like scattered around. So they found so much stuff. They found their own files, just, you know, scattered around and whatnot, and found like boxes of DVDs of security camera footage and such. So they actually found like just ridiculous amounts of evidence of all the horrible shit that went on there. Yeah. Unfortunately, the video that they found, they couldn't find any for the... There was like a boys' side and a girls' side. They found all the videos for the boys' side. They couldn't find the ones for the girls' side. And they said, yeah, well, a lot of the stuff that went on there was just as bad, if not worse, on the girls' side. So, yeah. But it was really interesting hearing their stories and, you know, and seeing some of the stuff that they'd uncovered. And the scary thing is like, despite all that and despite all the evidence, these institutes still exist to this day and are still in operation to this day. Not that one in particular, but other ones. They're like cockroaches. You kill one, you know, one gets shut down, 5 more spring up, you know. And yeah, and it's just it's abuse. It's like they implement a lot of brainwashing techniques and stuff like that. And yeah, there were some parallels to Scientology, which is something else I'm familiar with. But through thankfully minimal personal experience, but I have been in some Scientology buildings before, and you know, taken some of the tests under a false name, by the way, because even back then in the 90s when that was happening, well, in my area, I knew enough to know that, yeah, don't give them your real name. You don't want them knowing a damn thing about you. So tough love seminars just sounds like a massive smokescreen for abuse. Yeah, I mean, my take on it is basically tough love equals abuse. It is a form of abuse. There is nothing loving about it. So yeah, when he started seeing her, he started implementing tough love techniques with me because, you know, I was a problem child. No, I wasn't. I was just fucking autistic, and you couldn't be bothered to figure that out. So, no, I had anger issues. No, it was called having a meltdown because I wasn't being heard. You know. Anyway. Another story for another time, perhaps. But, yeah, it was quite an interesting documentary. And actually, my dad had threatened to send me to one of those places many times over the years if I didn't shape up. But it was actually my mum sort of put the brakes on that. So thankfully that never happened. But the threat always loomed. In his case, I think he wanted to send me to like a military school. You know, so he always had this idea that some kind of boot camp environment would be good for me and would sort me out. No. That's not how that works. Anyway. Yeah, so it was a bit of a tough watch. It brought back some things that I'd forgotten. And that well, not that I'd forgotten, I just kind of shelved, but remember quite vividly. Well, that's good. Yeah. Still a lot of abuse at home. You just can't get away from it. Yeah. Great. Yeah, I mean, basically those places are scams on multiple levels. They're horrible to the kids, but the parents themselves just get, like, brainwashed and fleeced. Like, they're so expensive, like, more expensive than, like, a high-end university in a lot of cases, you know? And, yeah. Taking time to reflect and process what you watched, yeah. But it was really interesting. It's called The Program. It's only 3 parts, 3 like hour-long parts, and it was quite eye-opening and very sad, honestly, just seeing like these poor kids as young adults now, just as broken young adults, but going through all that stuff also, you could tell also was very cathartic for them. Definitely will I think help with their healing and such. So that was good. Kind of a double-edged sword. Because one of the things they talk about is how, you know, these places have been exposed numerous times over the years, yet the people who founded them and run them just there's never any accountability. There's never any punishment. They just keep going, you know. Really a fucked up world we live in now. I guess it always has been in some way. Humans are just generally shit. Maybe that's the reason I like horror movies so much, because in horror movies you get to see all these horrible things happen to people, but the bad guys get their just desserts in the end. Justice is done. The good guys win. They might be battered, beaten, and broken by the end, but they win. At least some of them get away. You know? Crazy. Alright, next. something I just need to look up real quick. Yes, some more filming. If you're at all curious, the footage that was filmed yesterday amounted to a grand total of 275 gigabytes of data. And this is why I've been clearing off space on my hard drives. Blood. 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 And bits of sick. What am I rambling about? Well, there are many horror authors out there over the years, and some of which just seem to churn out book after book. They're just like authors who write a lot of books. I don't even know how to properly intro this segment. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 26 of the biggest horror. Come get your food. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 26 of the biggest horror update ever. He looked down and saw blood, 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 and bits of sick. There is truly no more prolific and harrowingly horrifying horror author than Garth Marenghi. And that's who we're going to talk about today on the biggest horror update ever on the Multimedia Chronicles. Oh, hey, Brinsley. Brinsley knows exactly what I was talking about before I even said. Was I recording? No, I was recording. I paused it and I forgot to. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. We're good. If not, I mean, it's a short intro. Wow, chapter 26 already. Seems like we just started. 26 being... Wow, chapter 26 already? It seems like we just started. 26 being the same number of episodes as a typical season of a Star Trek series. Well, from Star Trek The Next Generation on. Anyway, that's not what we're going to talk about. Next up, we have some books and a pair of DVDs featuring the most prolific, legendary horror author of all time, Garth Marenghi. Now, Garth Marenghi, of course, is not a real person. He is a parody of an amalgamation of, I guess, pretentious horror authors. But most... But while you can see bits of Stephen King and Dean Koontz and all the others in there, more than any of the others, I think it's very safe to say he is an almost spot-on parody of Sean Hudson. Look him up if you've never heard of him. He's a UK horror author who's put out a whole bunch of just, you know... What is the adjectives I want here? Wordy, pretentious, and deliberately disgusting and vile horror novels. And he's very prolific. He's just pumped out dozens of these things over the years. So go watch an interview with Sean Hudson, and then watch Garth Marenghi, anything with Garth Marenghi, and you'll see the similarity immediately. Anyway, this, of course, is Garth Marenghi's Dark Place, which is where the whole legend began. And... how do I even describe this? So first off, Garth Marenghi, the character himself, is a parody of all these various pretentious horror authors. And what Dark Place is supposedly this show that he was hired to make back in the 80s. So it's done in the style of like an 80s action-adventure horror show. And it co-stars Richard Ayoade and Matt Berry. And it co-stars Richard Ayoade at... Oh my God! And it co-stars Richard Ayoade and Matt Berry. And I actually forget the name of the comedian who plays Garth Marenghi. He's just become Garth Marenghi to me. In fact, if you look at the credits on the back of the DVD, none of the actual actors' names appear anywhere. They just fully commit to the bit, and they are those characters. Like even, yeah, it's... I'll just read the back here. When the Hellmouth opens beneath Dark Place Hospital in downtown Romford, Kitty Doctor, Vietnam veteran, and ex-warlock Dr. Rick Douglas, M.D., Garth Marenghi, is the only man who can close it. Joined by best buddy Dr. Lucian Sanchez, Todd Rivers, fiery hospital boss Thornton Reed, Dean Lerner, and woman Liz Asher, Madeline Wool, Douglas must fight the forces of darkness while dealing with the burden of day-to-day admin. From the chilling pen of best-selling horror writer Garth Marenghi comes this lost masterpiece of televisual terror. Dare you enter Garth's Dark Place? Extra features include commentary on all episodes by Garth Marenghi, Dean Lerner, and Todd Rivers. 2 all-new documentaries, Dark Place Illuminatum and Horrificata Illuminata, rediscovered footage, and extended one-track Lover single. That's one that Matt Berry sings in character as Todd Rivers. And yes, and then it says, based on an original imagining by Garth Marenghi, written by Garth Marenghi, directed by Garth Marenghi, executive producer Garth Marenghi, and producer Dean Lerner. The whole idea is Dean Lerner, the character that Richard Ayoade plays, is Garth Marenghi's publisher. So he just kind of weasels his way into a role in the show, but clearly can't act very well at all. And Richard Ayoade is just such a brilliant comedic actor who can act quite well that he plays, how can I even describe it? Plays this character who can't act so well, you believe it. But anyway, this whole show is just so freaking hilarious. Only 6 episodes. They only did the one series, and this is it. This is the whole thing right there. And it comes with an insert. How nice is that? Oh, actually quite an extensive insert. Check that out. There you go. Very nice. This is the one and only DVD release it's ever had, so it's almost like self-referentially part of its own mythology, where the idea was that the show only aired once in like some far-off country, but it was quickly shelved and largely unseen for a long time. So when it aired on Channel 4, it was the first time it had been seen for years. And it's interspersed with interview segments with the actors and so forth. But it's really a strange animal, but it is one of the funniest shows I've ever seen, and especially for horror fans. There's a little episode guide for you. So yeah, nowhere in any of the like booklets or DVD packaging or anything does it tell you who's actually in it. In fact, I think the actual cast is buried deep somewhere in the credits of the episodes themselves. It's just, I love how deeply they commit to the bit. But it doesn't end there, because after Garth Marenghi's Dark Place, we didn't get a second series, but the character lives on. And Dean Lerner lives on as well, because we had this Man to 4 Pounds with Dean Lerner. I need to take that sticker off. Man to Man with Dean Lerner. And what this is basically a late night talk show hosted by Richard Ayoade's character. And what's his face? It's not on this either. It has. They just like fully commit to it, and they are these characters. Anyway, the guy who plays Garth Marenghi is in this as well. Not only as Garth Marenghi, but as all of the other 5 guests that Dean interviews over the course of this 6-episode late-night talk show series. So, Man to Man with Dean Lerner. Live from his luxury apartment in London's glittering East End, Dean Lerner, club owner, celebrity manager, restaurateur, entrepreneur, and publisher of high-class gentlemen's magazines, including Flesh Wrangler and Skin City, invites you to meet some of his closest friends, man to man. Offering an oasis of culture and sophistication in the rancid scrubland of depravity that passes for modern television, Dean's special guests include the living legends Garth Marenghi, Steve Pissing, Glenn Nimron, Merriman Weir, Amir Shannon, and the recently deceased Randolph Kerr. Was he deceased before or after doing the show? This transcendent talk show is the worthy successor to the Socratic dialogues of the Symposium, with cocktails. In his capacity as producer of Man to Man with Dean Lerner, sole owner of Dino's After Dark Productions and manager of the artistes appearing thereon, Dean Lerner acknowledges that there is a potential conflict of interest between his private business concerns and his duty to Channel 4 in providing top-quality, unbiased programming. And it's fantastic. And then again, we have a booklet with it. So this is the companion piece to Dark Place that you want to get. And there's the man himself and the lovely artistic rendition. And if you take a look inside, there we go. You get a little bit more info. So it's such a strange follow because we're all expecting a series 2, but it's like, nope, we're just gonna continue these characters. And there's Garth himself right there. He's in the first episode, of course. And then here we have, yeah, one of the many other guests that he plays. And, yeah, I still have to sit down and watch all these. I've watched most of the Garth Marenghi episode. But, fabulous. There's also extras on here. In fact, there's a promo with Garth Marenghi for, like, a compendium of all of his books. And it's this massive tome that's, like, the length of this table. And you have to, like, get a special mounting rigging for your wall in order to support the weight of all of it. It's hilarious. And there we go. Very nice. So, a wonderful companion to Garth Marenghi's Dark Place, if you did not know that this existed. I actually did not know this existed, and found it just by chance while I was looking for the Garth Marenghi DVD. Now, to further commit to the bit, in recent years, they have actually started to publish books, proper horror books, in the voice and style of Garth Marenghi. So, again, essentially this takes sort of a lot of the conventions of Sean Hudson's style and turns them on their head. I have to wonder if Sean Hudson is aware of this and what a target for ridicule he has become. So, each one of these books, yes, there's a few, I'll show you the rest in a moment, has 3 stories. They're kind of like anthologies. And, yeah, so this is the first book, Terror Tome, which the title alone is very Garth Marenghi. So, when horror writer Nick Steen gets sucked into a cursed typewriter by the terrifying Typeface, Dark Lord of the Prolix, the hellish visions inside his head are unleashed for real. Forced to fight his escaping imagination, now leaking out of his own brain, Nick must defend the town of Stockford from his own fictional horrors, including a vascular necrosis-obsessed serial killer Nelson Strain, and Nick's dreaded throppleganger, the Dark Third. Can he and Roz, his frequently incorrect female editor, hunt down these incarnate denizens of Nick's rampaging imaginata before they destroy Stockford, Outer Stockford, and possibly slightly further? From the twisted genius of horror master Garth Marenghi, Frightener Man, Darkscribe, Doom Sage, plus Manshee, come 3 dark tales from his long-lost multi-volume epic, Terror Tome. Can a brain leak? Yes, it can. And lo, I am returned from the darkness, inner, obviously, I'm not a spelunker, to bring you my Terror Tome. Curl up with this book, traveler, and die. Garth Marenghi. Yes. Reads like Garth's classic oeuvre of paperback horrors crossed with the X-Files, Faustian myth, and bits of Manimal. That's so funny because I've literally been rewatching Manimal this week because, as you guys know, I picked up the DVD set recently. Boy, so much fun. Plus, the cover is embossed with genuine foil at his insistence and at your expense. Ken Hodder, head of Hodder. These 3 tales of terror by Garth Marenghi are ... quality. Queen Fang from nosforatum.com. A strong beginning, deepening intrigue, and a knockout ending. How to Write magazine. Yeah. I love even, like, the cover copy is ridiculous and fantastic. And if you're wondering a little bit more about the man himself, Garth Marenghi was born in the past. Graduated from his local comprehensive, now bulldozed, with some O-levels in subjects. He taught for 9 years at his local library reading group before becoming a full-time horror writer. He has published numerous novels of terror, too numerous to list, nay count. Over 500 short stories. Sorry, I'm going to redo that. He has published numerous novels of terror, too numerous to list, nay count. Over 500 short stories, and has edited 30 anthologies of his own work, which have all received the Grandmaster of Darkdom Award. He wrote, directed, and starred in Garth Marenghi's Dark Place for the Peruvian market, which subsequently aired on Channel 4, and has not been repeated due to its radical and polemic content. He commenced work on Terror Tome during the late 1980s, continued on it alone and unaided by editors throughout the 1990s, and on into the early 2000s, then the mid-2000s, and has only now found a publisher brave enough to unleash its chilling portendings. He is an honorary fellow. And there you go. So that is Terror Tome, but that is not the end, because there's a second volume, Incarcerat. Yes. I warn you now, do, ... read this book, The Lochgelly Sentinel. A bold move by Hodder. Hodder is the publisher, by the way. Apparently. I don't know if that's even real. Because it says it's actually published by Coronet. Anyway, Den Haarboken ar Skitsnack. What's on in Gothenburg? So there you go. So what's Incarcerat about? Well, let's find out, shall we? If books could kill, this one absolutely would kill. Horror novelist Nick Steen. I'm sensing a theme here. Is abducted and imprisoned at Nulltech, a shadowy technological research facility with excellent conference parking, concealed deep on the Stockford Downs. There he is observed, tested, and interfered with, physically, by a team of scientific experts led by Dr. Barbara Nullman, determined to probe and nullify his escaping imagination. Will Nick regain control of his faculties and, crucially, his particulars before everyone, including his erstwhile editor Roz, dies horribly? To find out, you will need to read the book, and more importantly, purchase it. I can say this much on the front blurb, and no more. Not before Nick Steen has faced the ultimate monster. Don't read the last story first, or you'll wreck the entire flow. From the word processor, that's correct, of the Archduke of Darkness, Garth Marenghi, Chief Frightener, Quaker Man, and Lord High Petrifier, come 3 new dark tales. Will ye, too, become the Incarcerat? Brilliant. This just sounds fantastic. And same bio. And last but most certainly not least, the saga, I'm guessing, of Nick Steen continues with This Bursted Earth. Yes. I wish I was half as critically respected as Garth Marenghi, even if I currently trounce him sales-wise for now. Richard Osman. I bought all 3 novels of the Terror Tome trilogy in a bargain slipcase edition and have read 2 of them already, albeit in the wrong order. Dermot O'Leary. Garth's novels steered me through all 237 syndicated episodes of TV's Impossible. Rick Edwards. I don't even know what that means, but it is amusing. So This Bursted Earth. If books could kill, this one absolutely would kill. Deja vu. Horror author Nick Steen is having visions. A sinister black steeple, eerie lights in the sky that look like a Catherine wheel, but are not remotely a Catherine wheel, plus a giant skeleton with a mustache. Are they omens? Auguries? Portenderings of things to come? Spoiler, yes, they are. for Nick Steen's imagination is bursting out of his brain. I sense a theme once again. Horror author Nick Steen just can't keep his imagination in his head. And threatening to burst in turn the entirety of Stockford. Can Nick stop the aforesaid bursting, or have things already slightly burst regardless? Is all that we see or seem merely a dream within an earth that's been bursted? From the fevered imaginata of horror fiction's grand frightener Garth Marenghi, author of Sunday Times best-selling Garth Marenghi's Terror Tome and Garth Marenghi's Incarcerat, come 3 freshly rancid tales of this bursted earth. And there you go. Can you handle this level of horror? You really have no idea what you're in for. This is unlike anything ever conceived by man. Clearly, Garth Marenghi is a man possessed by many demons. I am absolutely delighted that not only are we getting more Garth Marenghi, but we're getting actual Garth Marenghi books. Like, how perfectly beautiful is that? Absolutely ridiculous. I love it. So, absolute treat for fans of horror and horror novels. I cannot possibly recommend The Twisted Dark World of Garth Marenghi more. If you have not experienced these, do yourself a treat. Get everything. You will not be disappointed. Also, I should mention, I mean, you cannot beat the man himself reading his own work. So all 3 of these are available as audiobooks. Sadly not in physical form, otherwise I would absolutely buy them. But hearing him actually read as Garth Marenghi these like ridiculous horror stories is such a treat. And it makes it almost like we got another series of Dark Place, you know. So check it out. You won't be disappointed. Garth Marenghi, if you can handle it. Horror author Nick Steen and his rampant imagination running amok all over Stockford. Matthew or Matt Holness, yeah, but he's usually always in character as Garth. I know, right? And he's got a YouTube page now too, where he does readings and stuff and little bits. It's great stuff. I'm one of the few people you meet who've written more books than I've read. Yes. And I know authors who've used subtext, and they're all cowards. Oh my god, you've never seen it, Kralatin? Okay, we might need to do... We did do a screening around Halloween, but I guess you missed it. But we might have to do another one. It's brilliant. It's so funny. It's such a perfect send-up of like every pretentious horror author trope you can think of. Yeah. All of them. Yes, we will watch everything. Alright. Thumbnail. you fucking serious? It wasn't recording. Hold on a sec. Using the Force. Actually, I think I can just, yeah. I like even just in the intro of the first book here. The very first page. The end times. They're here, Pilgrim. Look around you. Whoa! Easy, big guy. Or girl. Just a peek. Or you'll go crazy. Only take it from me. They're here. As I write this, sweating and fever-addled in my pleather sickbed, laid low by a lethal virus I foresaw, and would have foretold if I'd had a publishing deal at the time. More on that anon. I can't help but note with somber irkdom that my lifelong gift for presagement has been summarily spurned by an ungrateful species soon to reap its own sorry whirlwind. Unchecked despotisms, spiraling virtuality, new pestilence like this one I'm sweating from, the netherweb, thrashnalism, fear-ache, paranoiativity, you name it. All of it's happened on my writer's watch. Figurative authorial responsibility, i.e. not a mechanical device, I defy time on ideological grounds. So where the hell have I been? The short answer is, writing the longest and most terrifying epic fictive of my career. 3 installments of which you currently hold in your mortal hand or hands. I'm aware this sentence won't make sense for the audiobook version, but that's your fault for reading me on the go, and no doubt wishing this was a podcast instead, which, incidentally, isn't an art form. The long answer is the same as above, only with extraneous detail added which I have omitted. And there you go. Just a taste, a tiny smidgen of a morsel of the brilliance of Garth Marenghi. This the absolutely perfectly captures the pretension of these types of authors in just the most hilariously perfect ways. I love this stuff so much. I just love the little dig at podcasts. No doubt wishing this was a podcast, which incidentally is not an art form. Great stuff. Now, the big question is, where am I going to put these on the shelves? My hardcover shelf is full of other hardcover books. I'm sure none as worthy as these, but we'll do what we can. I'll just put them into the graphic novels for now. I'm sure Garth would be fine with that. And with them, they're funny books. But it seemed somehow perfect to me to get those in hardcover in particular. Just because, I remember it's reminiscent to me of when my mother was collecting Stephen King And she would always get the first edition hardcovers if she could. Sometimes they were already in like several printings down the line by the time she walked to the bookstore on the day of release. But she had quite a few first editions. It's unfortunate that she sold them before she passed away, because those would have made nice eBay things, I'm sure, or just cool items to keep. Oh well, I hope she got a good price for them. Apparently some of the collectors of those asked the oddest questions, like, oh, do you have any unpublished manuscripts of Stephen King's? It's like, no. How would I have those? Anything like that? Like, no, I have books that I bought at the bookstore, like a normal human. Unpublished manuscripts. I didn't know the guy personally, so yeah. So look up any interview with Sean Hudson. That's Shaun, spelled the incorrect way. But anyway, Sean Hudson, who is a prolific UK horror author, who, like, you watch one interview with him, and there is no question that he is like one of the biggest inspirations for Garth Marenghi. He's literally the real life Garth Marenghi. He's full of pretension. His books are pure trash, and and he's written like 1 million of them. So he's like made a small empire out of them. So yeah, and his stuff goes for like all the the blood and guts and a lot of the shock horror, that sort of thing, which is very much Garth's style. But yeah, so if you're wondering about the origins, that's definitely ground zero. Like, there's no question. But yeah, like I've seen some interviews with him. Was it, you were saying, Matthew Holness, I think? Yeah, and he was talking about the inspiration, and it was just that he just said he just found some of these horror authors that were just so full of themselves to be hilariously so, and just ripe for parody, and that's basically where Garth Marenghi was born. Right. All right. Next up, this is a big one. Might need to reorganize things a little bit over here. What's this one? Oh, right, yeah. I never knew the comparison until you told me, but yes, he is so clearly inspired by Hudson. Did you just go now and check? Like, there's no question about it. Like, you watch any interview with Sean Hudson and you're just like, oh my god, it's Garth Marenghi. Like, it's literally him in real life. It's crazy. I was watching an interview with him, and he was like, "Yeah, and there's this one book, and the accent's even the same." He's like, "Yeah, in this one book, I graphically describe some youths nailing an old woman's cat to the wall." And then, and then there's this other book, a woman has an affair with a dead body, and I describe it in graphic detail, and it's like, it's clear he's going, and it's like, he's just going purely for the shock value, and hey, he found his thing, he's making bucks, he's got a good thing going, more power to him, But, yeah, it's so funny. Yeah, there's one where I first was pointed to that comparison was there's an interview that actually juxtaposes clips of a Garth Marenghi interview with an actual interview with Sean Hudson from when he was younger, and in that interview Sean Hudson is literally wearing like the shades and the leather jacket and everything. It's like he even looks like Garth. It's crazy. So yes, the most vivid of detail for the most morbid, correct. As stomach-churningly detailed as possible. And there was one interview I watched with Sean Hudson earlier today because I wanted to talk about it a little bit for the Garth Marenghi segment, obviously, where he was on a talk show, and I swear the talk show was partly the inspiration for Man to Man with Dean Lerner, the Garth Marenghi episode. Like, so many things were like you could directly compare, and it was hilarious. Yes, Slugs. He wrote Slugs, which was actually made into a movie. And yeah, they're all like Garth Marenghi titles: Desperation, Spawn, Slugs. Yeah, I think there's Stab. I think is like, it's just all single word titles. Just yeah, he is Garth Marenghi. There's no question. But yeah, on the on the DVD actually, there's additional scenes. There's some scenes of a character sitting there reading Garth Marenghi books and just being horrified and disgusted, but he can't stop reading them. It's so funny. But yeah, if he has actually a YouTube page now. And he does a lot of like live shows and such in character, and reads from the books and reads other like special short stories that he's done just for the shows and whatnot. And you can see clips from a lot of it on his YouTube page. It's pretty cool. It kind of makes you want to pick up some of Sean Hudson's books now. I might actually end up doing that because I'm just a sucker for punishment. What can I say? The interviewer I saw was like commenting. He's like, "Yes, and I love the fact that all your books are quite large print. Actually, very easy to read." So is that why they're so thick? They're just like really large print to fill up the pages. I mean, that sounds like something Garth would do, just to increase the page count, make it more impressive when you see it on the bookshelf. need a moment to gather my thoughts on this next one because there's a lot to say, but I also don't want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't read it or watched it because it's such a great story and deserves to have, deserves to be gone into cold as much as possible. I mean, you can know the basic premise of it, but to get into any major details of the story would be, would be a disservice to anyone who has not read it or watched it. Crazy. Yeah, I think you were there, weren't you, Brinsley? You came to the screening when we watched Dark Place. Yeah. I remember. I think most of the folks who came by were all Brits. No surprise there. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it hasn't really, like... I mean, to be fair, I think it is kind of a quintessentially British thing, because, I mean, it's clearly making fun of a British horror author that hasn't really broken out over here. And, a lot of the humor comes from that, from sort of a familiarity with that. So it's kind of culturally specific in that regard. But I'm pretty sure it's never been released on DVD here. I don't think it's even been shown on TV here. I only heard about it through some of my YouTube viewers had told me about it, and then I looked it up and, well, just immediately fell in love with it. But, yeah, great stuff. Man, this update is going to be insane. We've done 26 parts so far. About a dozen or so to go. Then I will retreat into the editing cave and also film the first wave of Closer Looks, which will be put out concurrently, well, staggered in between the individual parts of the update. But I won't be streaming the Closer Looks because it'll be easier to easier to film without having to have the streaming camera in the way. Greetings, Andy. While shopping on Grove Entertainment, I discovered that a 4K of All the President's Men will be coming out soon. Cool. I just want another company to put out the 4K of 12 Angry Men. Because I had actually ordered the Kino Lorber one, and they misplaced my order or something and never sent it to me. And by the time I got the order sorted out, it was out of print, and they didn't have any left in stock, so they just refunded me for that one and sent me everything else. I've never seen 12 Angry Men, and it's one I've been wanting to see forever. And this 4K sounded like a great way to jump in and check it out for the first time, but, yeah. So I was hoping another label would pick it up and put it out, but there's been no word. Nothing. So... Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it'll get a re-release at some point by some company, but yeah, that was as far as I know, that Kino Lorber release was the 4K premiere. Like, it was the first ever 4K release of it, so. Oh, well. Wow, this is like really packaged. Okay, we'll put all that together in a little bit here. Didn't realize how much it was all concealed in there. I don't think you guys could tell what that was, could you? Oh, maybe you could. I don't know. Well, we'll take a look at that shortly. Oh my god, you need to see it. I want to see it. Every time I try to get it, something goes wrong. It's like I'm just cursed. No 12 Angry Men for you. The Criterion Blu-ray. Well, I mean that's a good alternative. But I wanted the 4K, you know. So I think Kino has become my favorite boutique label. They got me for so much money over the last couple of years. Actually, yeah, I've bought quite a lot of their titles too. A lot of their cult titles and horror releases have been outstanding. Recently, they've been putting out nice Blu-rays of all of Dan Curtis's stuff, like all of his non-Dark Shadows stuff. So getting a lot of remasters and a lot of stuff that's only ever been available on DVD on Blu-ray for the first time. Oh my god, I'm dying. Will I even have enough consciousness left to do this next segment? Well, maybe I'll go for a breath of fresh air. Polluted by filthy cigarette smoke, and then maybe that'll wake me up a bit. I'd at least like to get this segment done because it's a big stack of stuff that I want to get back on the shelf. Crichton says, "Yes, you will have enough energy. Thank you for sending those positive vibes." Yes, the Peter Sellers Pink Panther, which I completely missed out on with the set that Shout Factory put out. But yeah, apparently they are looking towards putting out a box set, much like what Shout Factory did, that has all the films. They just need to sort out the rights with Return, I think. But they are at least doing all individual releases for them, so that's good. What I wish they would do is re-release the DePatie Freeling cartoons, because they put out box sets a little while back of Pink Panther, the original Pink Panther cartoons, all of them, as well as all the other stuff that they did, like the Ant and the Aardvark and the Inspector, which is basically, you know, Inspector Clouseau, the series. And yeah, but all of those are out of print now. So it's kind of annoying. It's like they're finally bringing out the Pink Panther movies, but now all the cartoons are out of print. So it's like you just... I want everything. I want all of it. Why, thank you, Brinsley. I appreciate that. Well, I've done two pretty, you know, good-sized segments tonight. I mean, not covering a ton of items, but, you know, items I had a lot of things to say about, so... And yeah, I mean, 26 parts in the can so far. That's... It's nothing to sneeze at, as they say. It's better than a kick in the bread tray, as Taki Toaster would say. Well then, perhaps we will take another short break to refresh the energy. I don't have any Monster Energy drinks left. We finished those yesterday. I could make coffee, but I don't really want to be up much later than I already am. I'd like to get to bed, you know, by at least 4. then I can get up around noon. That's good. And then tomorrow we will get back to the movies. What are we gonna do tomorrow? I have some very special box sets I think we'll do tomorrow. What I like to call horror auteur box sets that basically spotlight a particular director or notable producer or what have you, and their pantheon of horror films. Some of the sets are quite extensive. Most of them are put out by Severin Films, and are comparable to the ones we talked about yesterday. There's also a few from Arrow that are kind of along the same lines. So, yeah, I think that would make a good segment of its own and be a good lead-in for... I've also got a small selection of classic horror movies that, stuff from the 30s and 40s. So that could be a section. Then I think we want to get into all the gothic horror. Then we want to get into all the Hammer horror. That's going to be a couple segments on its own, all the Hammer stuff. Then we'll do all the Asian horror. And then that will, at least in part, lead us into the exploitation horror. Yeah. That's where we get into like the Redemption Films collection and stuff like that. Some pretty cool stuff in there. And some just full-on porn. So if you like porn, stick around. That won't be today. That'll be to porn tomorrow or the next day. And then, last but certainly not least, we'll be finishing it all off with a very special box set indeed, and some related releases that tie into it. In terms of pure physical size, the largest single box set I have ever purchased. And it was something of a holy grail item for a very long time. And I'm glad to finally have it in the collection. And I hope I at least manage to watch the entire series once all the way through before I die. Bit of a tall order. It's a long one. Most of you probably already know what it is, but I'll save it for a surprise. Porn tomorrow and, sloppy seconds the next day. Yeah. To be fair, the porn that I did get is stuff from like the 70s and 80s. It's, very different from what you see nowadays. But, yeah. So do you still think this will be 40 parts in total or less? It's hard to say. Well, let me think. So we're at 26, or... what do we do? 25, 26. This will be 27. So if I'm dividing these up the way I think. So 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. That's going to be 30. It'll be at least 35, maybe 36. I don't know if it's going to be fully 40, but it'll be pretty close. Pretty close to 40. Just kind of ballparking from what I see is left. I'm thinking of how I want to break them up. Yeah, the exploitation horror, there's actually quite a lot now that I look at the stack. So, yeah, it's literally too much to do in one segment. It would be too massive. So I might split that up into, like 3 or 4 parts. So, we'll see. Madness. Absolute madness. You've gone maybe too far when you're kind of overwhelmed by your own collection. we're getting there. But I want to get these updates done so I can start watching everything, you know, because I've kind of been putting off watching everything because I don't want to pull it out of the section and then have it all disorganized, you know. It's like, I just want to have the updates done, the closer looks done, everything put back on the shelves, everything in its forever home, and then I can just, like, relax and just kind of pick stuff off the shelf, watch them, do reviews about them, whatever. So, yeah. So it'll be more than a month if I'm going to be posting the parts daily. Well, it'll definitely be more than a month because we'll have the omnibus version first, which will have all the parts in as long a video as I can possibly make within YouTube's file size limit. So probably about 6 or 7 hours per part or per omnibus, and then the individual parts will come after that. It's a lot, but very cool. Feels good to be finally getting it done, because a lot of these things have been sitting there for a while, so it's good to be getting it all up to date. Alright, short break, and then we will return and do what is probably going to be the final part for tonight. Very special one that is something that I waffled on for so long, and then finally experienced and just dove in to everything. I don't have enough space, but if I was rich, I'd have my own dedicated library and media room. Goals, yeah. Well, I know Rose is itching to move out and start life on her own. Just basically needs regular employment, really. And then, you know, when she does that, then I'll probably move some of the collection into her room and make that a library of a sort, and which will help to free up some space, and you know, that'll be good. Got to get a bunch of stuff out of the hallway, so it won't be taking up so much space in our, you know, walking areas and whatnot. But one step at a time, right, folks? All right, I will see you shortly. Enjoy some goofy clips, and we'll wrap this up for tonight. All right.
Make your browser fast.
Jesus. I didn't even mean to play anything when I came in. Just fuck off. Fuck off. Everything fuck off. Jesus. Hold on, can we see that?
Make your browser fast.
Jesus. I didn't even mean to play anything when I came in. Fuck off. Fuck off. Everything fuck off. Do 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 do. Okay, cool. Well, I'll go through these a little bit. Anyway, I should go. So I'm gonna go. I'm going now. Don't cry for me, Argentina. So far that the textures can't even draw.
Nope.
Watching the train slowly losing animation. Yep, there it goes. And Yeah, it looks like something out of Wreck-It Ralph, like how the town people would move all herky-jerky.
Yeah.
It's Johnny Silverhand.
Ah, fuck him down.
Yeah, it's a whole trio. It's a whole team. Yeah. Chuck, where are you? Jail's going in alone with no weapons. What? What? Why did you just run towards the enemies when you had no... How do you repair it? I don't know how to repair it.
You can't.
Oh, he just does it automatically?
Yeah, I really love the ball.
Yeah, when it's fully damaged, it's...
Are you riding it? Oh. Tough kid. What the hell? Shoot something you can actually destroy.
Yeah, I'm stuck.
You're stuck? There you go. Oh,
Peter,
the Force double plus. Oh,
do you think Fortnite should have an option to mute audio in the background while you play with friends?
What?
An option
What?
to
Oh my
silence
God.
the background noise. Player
Oh
2.
my god.
Is your concentration so fragile that mere ambiance disrupts your focus?
Mere ambiance.
I'm getting
Ahsoka
shot
has
at
been
from
struck.
behind.
Take cover immediately.
Where is everybody?
Make your browser fast. Make your browser fast.
I didn't even mean to play anything like that, man. Fuck off. Fuck off. Everything fuck off. Oh my god. Well, how do I make it stop? It just keeps playing. Caroline is still going. It's like then people at the bottom watching pukes upwards. Just straight up like a fountain. Further grazing the train. Right here says they come back into the station. Or they're like watching and it's like this arcing double fountain of puke just welcoming our heroes. Like a 20-gun salute, but with more puke. The 20 puke salute. That can be the name of this clip.
Location. What draws your attention and towards what heading you intend to lead us?
Okay, hold on.
I'm gonna
And
go
we're
back with the
slightly
TIE
out
fighter.
of sync. Let me just fix that as well. Off and on. And there we go.
Chewbacca's shot was precise. Such
Ah,
accuracy
Jesus,
is
Vader!
valuable.
I just got back up! You asshole!
Chewbacca continues his assault.
Hold on a second. Let me get back there. Where is he? I saw that.
I like the gyro blaster.
Bam! Point blank. I do like how I can aim independently of kind of where you're. Yeah, no, that's good. Oh, yeah, we got an X-wing. Yeah, that wasn't happening. Nice. You did it.
That was incredible.
There you go. He did not know what hit him. Holy shit. That was incredible. Yoda's just like giggling his head off over there. And then the infamous mulch is the most expensive sound on the soundboard at 10,000 bits. That's a full. What color am I? Hmm. I guess I'll be. Another one of these accounts that was created like 2 days ago. Really wish these trolls would stop quacking at me. Anyway, I'm gonna go for a short break. I'll be back. Enjoy some clips, that is.
Not for what
Demonstrate its effectiveness.
Damn it. It's gotta be raised.
Yeah, it has to be raised.
Has to be blue.
Keep telling you this.
IG-11 with a lightsaber.
Has to
A
be blue.
weapon
got
of immense
people.
power, now in the hands of a droid.
Yeah, I got people down
Let
here.
us see what havoc we can wreak.
Ha ha ha! Got him.
Okay, where is everybody?
Someone's running this way.
Come on.
Welcome back. Okay, I am freshly refreshed. And I think we're ready to continue with a segment that, well, this. Oh, hold on. Yeah, damn it. Yeah. There. With a segment that actually these items in particular, I started to get the first few shortly before the big horror purchases that resulted in this update a year and a half later. Is it 25, 27, part 27? Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 27 of the biggest horror update ever. This time around, we'll be inching our way back into the movies, but starting with the last part of the books, specifically a manga series that was also adapted as an anime that I had been wanting to check out for a very, very long time, and well, recently finally did, and holy moly, what a ride. Let's check it out today on the biggest horror update ever on the Multimedia Chronicles. Alrighty, so wrapping up our... Alrighty, so the final chapter of the book section of the updates is kind of a special one, because it is a manga series that I had heard about for a very long time and had just been waffling on getting forever. It's also been adapted as an anime, which I know quite a number of people have seen, but I really wanted to read the original manga before I dove into the anime just to get the full story. So, Rose, I think, has seen some of the anime and maybe read a bit of the manga as well. So one day, just randomly, for no reason, in the summer of 2024, I think it was, July, thereabouts, she decided just on a whim to buy me the first volume, knowing that it was something that I would likely really enjoy. And, boy, she just opened Pandora's box with that one, because I absolutely devoured that first volume, and it wasn't long before I had bought the rest of the series. What am I talking about? Why is it in the horror updates? Well, as most of you will know, there's a lot of horror manga and horror anime out there, so this is one of the granddaddies of them all. Death Note. Yeah. Now, everybody's heard of Death Note. Even if you haven't seen it, most people are at least familiar with the basic concept that it's about a book where if you write someone's name in it, they will die. So this is what is called the Black Edition. So each volume of the Black Edition contains 2 volumes of the original manga, and in slightly larger pages as well. So you can really see the artwork in much greater detail than you would, well, slightly greater detail than you would in the regular size manga pages. This does also have color pages, which is quite nice. And you do get the original cover art from the mangas, the original individual volumes of the mangas as well. But you get like the clean versions. I don't know where there is, yeah, because I think this was one of them, and stuff like that. So, how do I describe this without giving away anything in the story? Well, the basic idea is there are these beings called Shinigami, and Shinigami is essentially a Japanese word meaning death god. So these death gods live in another dimension. They're immortal, they're eternal, and they while away the years just playing games and such, dice games, board games, card games, whatever. And every so often, they get bored because, you can only play games with fellow Shinigami for so long before you get kind of bored. So when they get bored, they tend to come down to our world, to the human world, and stir some shit up and see what kind of, fun they can have. So every death god has what's called a death note, which is a book where if you write someone's name in it, they will die. So what happens here is one of the Shinigami, Ryuk, decides... So one of the Shinigami, named Ryuk, is bored and accidentally drops his death note into the human world to see who's going to pick it up, if they'll use it, and what might happen. Bottom line is, he just wants to have some excitement. Well, the book is discovered by Light Yagami, who is a student at a local school, and, well, he uses it. And I don't really want to say anything more than that, because it's so much fun to just see how it all unfolds. Now, whatever you think, however you think this story will unfold, I guarantee you is not how it unfolds. There are so many twists and turns, and it just becomes this incredible cat and mouse game between the character of Light, who is using the book to, I'll tell you this much. He decides to use the book to kill only bad people. So think kind of like Dexter, but with a supernatural element. But he kills so many people with the book that it starts to arouse the suspicions of the authorities. And they're like, why are all these people suddenly dying and such? So they begin to investigate and try to figure out how all these people are dying and if there's a connection. They suspect that it's some kind of serial killer, but they can't figure out how he's doing it. Because, of course, we know, as the reader, he's writing the names in the book. So there's no way to trace that. But, so they call in this special investigator who just goes by the name. So they call in this special investigator, who's another young man around the same age as Light, but he's a genius, and he just goes by the mysterious name of L. Nobody knows what his real name is. So L is trying to figure out who's committing all these murders, and Light is trying to continue his work with the Death Note and his mission and outmaneuver L. So it becomes this incredible cat and mouse game where they're both trying to stay one step ahead of the other and outmaneuver each other. And they're both like equally matched in terms of intellect and intelligence and IQ. And it's almost like a Sherlock Holmes and Moriarty thing, where Light is very much the Moriarty. He may have what seems to be noble intentions, but he's really not a good person. Now, one might argue that it's because the Death Note itself corrupts him and brings out this darkness from him. Whereas L is, the master sleuth. He's trying to figure it out. And it's just so interesting and so clever how you see the two of them like maneuvering around each other and, people dying left and right and everything. But, the tension as the investigation starts to close in on Light and everything, and how he still manages to outmaneuver them. It's so brilliantly written, and it's such a great story that just keeps you guessing and keeps you turning those pages. So, yeah. No sooner did I get the first volume, I had to get the rest of them. I'm not even going to show you the backs because I don't want to risk giving away the story. If you have not read this, just pick it up and read it. Trust me, it's so good. And I highly recommend reading the manga before watching the anime, because while the anime is an overall excellent adaptation, it does cut some stuff out. And it does kind of truncate certain events. But they're both great in their own way. Also, the endings are slightly different between the manga and the anime. I don't know which one I prefer, honestly, because I think they're both very strong in their own ways. But there you go. The original manga was 12 volumes. The black edition, as I said, is 2 volumes per book. So we have 6 volumes total. And these are absolutely beautiful. And, they have the black edges on the page. Don't worry, it doesn't rub off on your fingers. It just looks really cool. And there you go. So there is the full set of 6. Hold on a second. There we go. Bam. Doesn't that look sexy? Doesn't that look nice on the shelf? Yeah, it's great stuff. So, of course, having read the manga, I really wanted to check out the anime. And as I got about halfway through, I decided I couldn't wait. So I started watching the anime concurrently with reading the manga, making sure not to get ahead in the anime from where I was in the manga. I wanted the manga to be the first, big reveal of everything. So I just watched a few episodes that sort of adapted the bits I'd just read, and then I'd go back to the manga, and then I'd go back, back and forth, going through it. It was a really interesting way to experience the story, to sort of experience both versions simultaneously, seeing both the similarities and the differences. So, before we get to the anime, there's more book stuff, because in addition to the 12 original volumes, they published a 13th volume. And this one is, they call it Death Note How to Read. But really what it is it's just a big reference book to everything. The characters, the storylines, there's interviews with the writer and artist. There's like tons of character profiles. They actually also have the, where is it here? The original pilot, they call it, which is basically a short story that was used to pitch Death Note originally. I think it originally appeared in Shonen Jump. Yeah, it was Shonen. Oh, it says right there, Shonen Jump. So they published just a single chapter short story, and you know, it did quite well. So it became a full serialized story afterwards. That was then, of course, published in a series of books. So, yeah, I mean, this is a fantastic resource that goes into so much detail and gives you, like, just tons and tons of information about the story and, you know, uncovering connections that maybe you missed while you were reading it and stuff like that. It also has character profiles and interviews. Interestingly enough, one of the big questions is, who is the smartest character? So, we have character profiles that give you their IQs and such. And I think according to the character profiles, Light and L are pretty closely matched in terms of IQ, but I think one of them rated slightly higher. But then you read the interviews with the writer and the artist, and they give a different answer. In fact, I think they both gave different answers. One says Light is the smarter one says L is the smarter one. So really, I don't know that there's a definitive answer. I mean, to be perfectly honest, in seeing how they just kind of keep dancing around and outmaneuvering each other, and in a way also respect each other tremendously. So it's a really interesting dynamic between them. It's hard to say. I mean, they're very closely matched, like, and that's what makes it so interesting, is because they're both so smart, and both, you know, trying to stay one step ahead of each other. The way the whole thing intertwines and their destinies and fates intertwine as the story unfolds is just incredible to see as it goes. So there's more, because they also put out Death Note short stories, which I think once again includes the pilot episode as well as several other short stories featuring the characters from various stages in their lives. Some of them are from before the time of the main story, some are from after, and some kind of are side stories. But this is like entirely like a full-blown extra volume of the manga. And I think it also features another character who gets a hold of the Death Note. So you get kind of another story with how someone else dealt with the responsibility of having the Death Note. Then there's also a pair of novels. So first we have L, Change the World. This is a beautiful hardcover edition, actually, with take the cover off. You can see it's this beautiful like transparent cover. There we go, and then this is L right there. And this is kind of it's hard to describe. It's kind of like an alternate story that kind of gives L another mystery to solve, but it's not, I believe, strictly canon to the main Death Note story, but a very interesting sort of alternate story featuring one of the fan favorite characters. And then finally, we have another L focused story. We have Another Note, the Los Angeles BB murder cases. So this is a prequel that features some of L's earlier adventures, specifically an earlier case that he worked on that is mentioned a few times in the main story. Some there is some accompanying artwork in there as well. But these are both actually proper novels. I should mention also, Elle Changed the World was also turned into a live-action movie, which is pretty cool. Which, for whatever reason, has yet to be released here. I think it was released on DVD here, but I really wanted to get it on Blu-ray, so I'm keeping an eye out for a Blu-ray of that. I think there was a Blu-ray published elsewhere. I might have to try to track that down. So, after all is said and done, after you read until your eyeballs are bleeding, let's get into let's get into the anime. So, we picked up the Omega edition of the anime. This is the ultimate edition that we've ever had. Beautiful hardbox collection. We slide this out. We've got the full 37 episode anime series here. Great stuff. It's a really good adaptation. I honestly, I wish they'd done a few more episodes, because I feel like the latter half of the manga was kind of shortened a little too much. I felt like they could have done a little bit more there, but I'm just being picky. I just want more. But that's the great thing about Death Note, is you've got the manga, you've got the anime, and some other stuff which we'll talk about in a moment. And the it also comes with a book that looks like the Death Note itself. And oh yeah, and this also includes the pilot episode. So, so there's a lot of options to read that pilot chapter. In fact, I think that's all this is, pretty much. Yeah, no, that's it. It's basically just a book containing the pilot, and there you go. So a nice little bonus there to you know, give you a little bit of an additional look at the origins of the story. It's very cool. Interesting to note also in that pilot episode, the rules of the Death Note are slightly different. It's pretty obvious that they hadn't quite worked out all the rules yet. Then we actually had, I haven't even opened this up yet, a pair of live-action movies. Now these are, this is not the Netflix one, but we have a pair of live-action Japanese movies, which apparently are quite good. I have not watched these yet. I have watched the anime. I have watched the Netflix movie. Couple problems with that one. First off, way too short. I mean, I think it's barely even 90 minutes. And I'm sorry, but this is way too complex a story to truncate down to 90 minutes. Now, I will say this. Willem Dafoe was absolutely perfect casting for Ryuk. He was, I mean, he basically looks like Ryuk in real life. He has, like, I swear that Ryuk's design was partly inspired by Willem Dafoe. So, how perfect is that? Anyway, great casting for Ryuk. And certain aspects of it were okay, but I felt like it was just too damn short. You don't really get much of the cat and mouse game between Light and Elle, which is part of what makes the original story so much fun and so interesting to watch. We really just barely touch on that, and then it's over. You know, like it was not a very good adaptation, unfortunately. But this one apparently is much better. Another adaptation that I watched, which sadly we don't have on any kind of physical media here, I actually had to download it, was they did an 11-part drama series, as they call it. So a dramatic adaptation, reinterpretation, live action of Death Note. And I actually really liked that one a lot, because it touched on all the main points of the story, but it gave it a more dramatic twist, I guess. And also a lot of the familiar story beats from the original happen differently in that. But the end result is the same, but the road to get there is different. So even if you're familiar with the manga and the anime, I highly recommend checking this drama series out. It's only 11 episodes, and it covers the entire story from start to finish, but in a very different way. Like, there's a lot of things that are familiar, a lot of things that are different. A lot of people were put off by the opening scene. Don't be. It's a bit of a misdirection. Just trust me on this. Go for the full journey of the 11 episodes. You will not be disappointed. It's so damn good. I loved it, and I actually rank it almost on par with the anime as far as adaptations go. So, I mean, really, it seems like all the Japanese adaptations have been good, but it was that one American one that messed it all up. And there's no reason to. Like, why didn't they do it as a series? You know, like the drama series that they did, the 11-part series, was great and showed that, yes, you can do it in that format. And, I mean, it was freaking Netflix. Why'd they just do it as a one-off movie? Why didn't they do it as, like, a 10-part series or something? That would have been perfect. You could have done it in a 10-part series, you know? So, I don't know. Anyway, there's one more movie, which was kind of like an anniversary, I think, 10-year anniversary movie. And they reunited a lot of the original cast from the original movies and did a whole new story. Which is, what is it? Death Note, Light Up the New World. Yeah, so this one, yes, Delighted by the Reign of Kira. Kira was, it's a Japanese name, basically just means killer. And that's what Light becomes known as his exploits with, you know, the Death Note carry on. So they're looking for Kira. Who is Kira? And, you know, we know it's Light, but it kind of plays out almost like a Columbo story in a way, because it's like we know the real truth about what's going on the whole time, but the fun is seeing if L can figure it out and how he puts the pieces of the puzzle together and stuff like that. L and his proteges, actually, so there's a few people trying to figure out who Kira is. So, delighted by the reign of Kira 10 years prior, the god of death, Shinigami, Ryuk, the god of death orders his reapers to find a replacement. Ryuk is one of the reapers, I guess. When six death notes are placed on Earth, who will be worthy to take the place of Light Yagami and become the new Kira? With the help of L's successor, the police begin their fight to stop this new reign of murder and find that the light of justice won't die so easily. So yeah, this was basically like a special anniversary movie that they did to kind of just celebrate the franchise of Death Note, and apparently is just, you know, just a huge pile of fun for fans of the franchise. So I'm looking forward to checking that one out. Now, as I said, I guess this would be canonical to the other movies. So this is like the movie universe. And L Changed the World, or was it Change the World? Yeah, L Changed the World is not canon and is kind of a standalone thing, but annoyingly is the only thing that's officially available that I don't have. So as you can see, I was pretty thorough with the franchise. And, well, just to be extra thorough, I, of course, had to get my own Death Note. So let's open this up here. I've been a good boy and haven't opened it. Well, I did open it up and check it out. But, so, we have this. Well, first off, we have a feather quill pen. Very nice. It's just a pen, a regular pen. Set that there. And what else? We have a little Death Note pendant. And and we have an L pendant. So L has, that's his sort of signature, as he has this sort of ornate letter L. And then we have a bookmark. This was just a little set of, I guess they had it for like cosplay, if you wanted your own own thing. So here we go. And there we go. quite elaborate packaging on this. So then we open this up. And look at that. It's beautiful, faux leather and everything. And blank pages to write the names of all the people you hate in it. And at the beginning, oh, actually that's cool. Hold on. There. This cool kind of like tissue paper thing. It gives you the full set of rules. Now, in the manga, you get like 1 page of rules in each volume, but this gives you, can I even show it properly here? Here. Well, no, it's hard to flip through. But you can see, like, it gives you all the rules compiled together at the beginning of the book, like, which is perfect because it's a Death Note, so you have all the rules of the Death Note here. Yeah, so like for example, first page of rules: the human whose name is written in this note shall die, and you have it in kanji as well. This note will not take effect unless the writer has the person's face in their mind when writing his or her name. Therefore, people sharing the same name will not be affected. If the cause of death is written within 40 seconds of writing the person's name, it will happen. If the cause of death is not specified, if the cause of death is not specified, the person will simply die of a heart attack. After writing the cause of death, details of the death should be written in the next 6 minutes and 40 seconds. So you can see, like, a lot of the rules are very specific, and that plays into a lot of how Light sort of orchestrates everything. Is he meticulously studies the rules and figures out all the best ways to take advantage of them and the best ways to work around them to further his plans. So I'm not going to read all the rules. There's like 30 pages of them, but or no, there's more. There's like 50 pages of them. Anyway, there's a lot of them. I guess there was more than 1 page in each book. Anyway, all the rules are in here. So, very cool. Gotta love having your own Death Note. So have this on hand when you read the manga if you need a refresher on the rules. And there you go. And this is actually printed, Western style, left to right instead of right to left. The mangas, of course, are all right to left. The books are, of course, English translated, so they're left to right. Left to right. Ha! Ha ha! Anyway, there you go. So the entire saga of Death Note can all relax now. I've finally read it and watched it and frickin' loved it. Like, I became totally obsessed with this. I haven't read the 2 novels yet. I definitely need to jump into those. I've read a good chunk of the guidebook, the How to Read, which is just fascinating. And I think I still need to read the short stories, actually. So, yeah. Suffice to say, after reading the entire manga, watching the entire anime, watching the Netflix series, and then watching the 11-part drama series, I was a little burned out on Death Note. So I was like, you know what? I've still got a bunch of stuff left to enjoy. Why don't I just save that for the next time I get the itch to jump into the Death Note? And then I'll have some new stuff to enjoy as well as revisiting the old stuff. So I think that's what we'll be doing. But happy to have finally crossed this one off the manga and anime list. Definitely a worthy one that I cannot possibly recommend highly enough. Also, it's fairly short, so I mean, it's a story you can get into without, it's not like One Piece where it's like 1,200 episodes long and a bunch of movies. No, it's the manga, the anime, a handful of live action movies, and you're done, and there you go. All right. Oh. That's interesting. It actually has some of Kira's notes in it as well. It's pretty cool. My tape ran out. I just scooched that in under 30 minutes. I just noticed flipping through this book, I forgot it also has a lot of Kira's notes in it from the story, which is pretty cool. Nice little attention to detail there. Yeah, if you're wondering where I got this, it was just on Amazon, basically. Looking for Death Note props. And yeah, this seemed like the best one, so I grabbed it. Oh, excuse me. You see that? Yeah. Good. Hope you should be able to see the, I can't even tell. Hold on. Just to make sure that the title comes up. It's shiny, it's silver, so it should be fine, but we like Death Note around here. Hello, Graham J. Oh, well, it's funny you mention that. I actually just did the post-apocalyptic sci-fi stuff a couple days ago. So that will be in the in this batch of updates. Post-apocalyptic, a lot of Mad Max type stuff, Mad Max knockoffs. I love those. And there was a little bit of sci-fi earlier with some of the book updates too. So cool. But yeah, I mean, I like a lot of stuff. And no, I don't really stream at regular times. I'm kind of a pop-up streamer in that respect. Yeah, I'm too ADHD to have a regular schedule. This is actually kind of uncharacteristically late for me. I've been streaming earlier lately, but Yes, indeedly doodly. And yes, Kraladin says, good thing Death Note doesn't have a shit ton of content. Yeah, I mean, I literally got everything. Everything that is available that I could find. The only thing I need to find still is the L movie. And then I'll have everything. And if there's, I think there was like some kind of physical media release of the drama series, but only in Japan and without English subtitles. So all I've got for that one is a fan sub. But if they ever put out an official release, I'll definitely grab it. So it's a shame too, because it's actually really well done. I really liked it a lot. It was a nice kind of fresh take on the story, I thought, which was still true to the spirit of it and hit all the same kind of major story beats. But the thing I liked about it was that it was, you know, even if you're familiar with the main story, there's a lot of surprises, you know, and that made it fun, but in a good way. Yeah, it was very good. But yeah, I mean, as far as manga anime series go, I mean, this is pretty small compared to some of the franchises out there for sure. So I don't know if you could see that, but yeah, I think I actually kind of want to open this up and maybe watch the live action movies. Yes, I think I will do that. Okay, good. I was just checking. It is the same artwork inside, so we didn't miss anything. Cool. Oh, I see. The Blu-ray has both movies on it, but this also includes the DVD, which just has one per disc. Interesting. Is that not closing properly? Guess not. Oh well. I'll live. Ugh. Just take this away so the cats don't eat it. Yeah, Rose's friend, it's funny because they're like super into Death Note. It's like their big autistic obsession. And they actually dressed up as Ryuk a couple Halloweens ago. Very cool. I have some pictures somewhere. But it was funny. Like we kind of bonded a little bit through Death Note. I was telling them about, and they actually didn't know about the drama series. So I was like, "Oh, you got to check this out. I just found this. Here, let me put on a USB stick for you." So I gave them the show, and they were like, "Oh, it was so good, so different, but awesome," you know. But yeah, so anytime I get like, and I think they didn't know about the guidebook either. They just read the manga, or they'd only seen the anime actually. I hadn't even read the manga, so I was like, "Oh yeah, you got to read the manga." It's like, think of it like the director's cut, where you get to see even, you know, more of what happened and stuff, and yeah, it's great stuff. I thought also the anime would make a fun, like, I was thinking of like horror anime that we could watch around like Halloween time, or, well, really any time, but you know, if we're in the mood for something horror-y, it's a fun one, you know, because it has those horror aspects to it for sure, and can be very dark at times, but it's just so entertaining. Such a fun concept and fun characters. Have you seen it or read it or anything, Carlatin? I know you've heard of it. I mean, you'd have to be living under a rock. Horror anime, like nearly half of all of them. Well, this is true. There is quite a lot, isn't there? But fortunately, a lot of them are kind of short. So, you know, we could watch one in like a night or two or something. This one, I mean, something like Death Note, we'd probably want to do kind of like we did with Attack on Titan, and you know, watch a lot of episodes at each screening. So maybe like 3 screenings to get through all of them. I think that would be reasonable. Like 12 or so episodes, 12 or 13 episodes a screening. Seen clips and know the premise of the story, never fully watched. Oh, well. You're in for a treat then. Yeah, it's a good one. Very like Holmes and Moriarty with dash of Columbo, and yeah, and like all the characters in it are so freaking neurospicy. Like especially L, the like Master Sleuth character. He's so much fun. He's so quirky. 3 fucking screenings. That's right. But yeah, I think I will give the live action movies a watch. So really, technically, just these 3. A trilogy. I'm curious about this 10th anniversary one. Sounds like a lot of fun. It's like you thought there was a lot of chaos before. Well, with one Death Note in the mix, well, here's 6 motherfuckers. Well, it's 135 minutes. That's a good length. How long were these ones? Oh yeah, both movies are over 2 hours. So like, yeah, like you know, that's how you do it. Give the story time to breathe. You know, don't. What's the big rush, Netflix? Come on, come on. Anyway. Yeah, I think the live action movies are the only adaptation I haven't seen. So, yeah, maybe it's time to jump back in. It's been about a year since I went through all this stuff. It was fucking awesome. It's one of the main anime most recommended as a starting point for beginners. Yeah, I could see that. But I mean, I think it's fun for people of all levels of anime watchers. It's good stuff. And the manga as well. I mean, and I think largely for the reasons I was saying, like it's a fun, light, fast read. Light. And it's not overly long. It's not like insanely lengthy that you're gonna be like reading forever. And the anime is pretty short too. It's only 37 episodes, so yeah. Oh, 333, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, by the way, I checked the last thumbnail clip from yesterday. The table lights were on. So I think I just managed to film it right before they switched off. It's funny. So thankfully I didn't have to redo it or anything, so it was all good. I put together all the thumbnails so far today, and they look good. So I think I will transfer today's footage and rip these Blu-rays to watch later. Should open this one too. It'll make some nice light entertainment after Wayward and the documentary about that school. Like, holy fucking shit. Well, I mean, not even really a proper school. Like, none of them are accredited, eh? It's just, they give them diplomas, and there was this psychologist or this lawyer guy they interviewed, and it says, so what would the diplomas be worth? Like, are they worth anything? It's like, no. I mean, they might as well have dressed up as scarecrows and rabbits and handed out carrots. It's worth that little. So all of that for a diploma that is essentially worthless in the real world. So what the fuck even is the point? Greed and money. That's it. It's all about greed and money. How's the stacks looking now of the remaining ones to be filmed? Made a dent? Yeah. Definitely. I even have put the fan in where they were. That's all that's left. These ones here. I decided I'm going to do the Dark Shadows one as the final episode of the update. Sort of the big grand finale, being the mega uber set that it is. I thought that'd be a good one to end on. Mega Uber Ultra Deluxe. It's a good indicator of progress for me when you can see the difference. Oh yeah, for sure. It's definitely part of what's kept me going and kept me motivated to power through these updates over the past couple weeks. Is seeing the actual progress, you know? Makes a difference, man. Put it here for now. Gotta come down. There we go. You see that? Kinda. The entire Death Note library up in the top shelf there. Very nice. Just in case a part 2 accident happens, are you crossing your fingers and hoping for that? You bastard. Yeah, that is definitely one I will reread periodically. It's very good. I like this little L pendant. It's very nice. Little teeny tiny Death Note pendant. It's metal. Has some nice kind of heft to it. Chinese, Japanese, English, full rules, notebook, and lucky quill. Yeah. So there we have the silhouette of Ryuk. And then on the back we have L's logo. Very cool. Well, maybe I'll rip the anime as well, and we can perhaps do a screening of that sometime soonish. Just putting it back in the box there to protect it. What was that? Oh, one of the many Poggers variants that has cropped up in recent years. I see. Excellent. Well, I probably don't need to keep it in the plastic. It's just odd. Little bookmark. Can I sit it up here? Just on top. That's fine. Oh, all right. That's 5 discs. 5 discs. Feature films. Oh shit! These actually include the live-action movies. I forgot about that. I guess that's why it's the Omega edition. It's very thorough. Very nice. Yeah. Actually got a pretty good deal on this, being the Uber Deluxe edition. I hope that turned out okay on camera. I didn't realize it's like one of those weird sort of shiny foily covers that you want to catch in the light just right. Anyway, I'm sure it's fine. Sure it's fine. Well, time to transfer tonight's footage. King make addendums? No, not really. Oh. Only a paltry 172 gigabytes of footage tonight. Man, I'm slipping. To be fair, mainly because I started later, but I wanted to get at least something done, right? And I mean, that's a full section that we did, right? We did the books. The books are done. All the books are done. Not only done, but on the shelf where they belong, for the most part. There will be some adjustments. I will find a better place for the 3 Garth Marenghi books, but otherwise, all good. Just like your father. He was a slacker, too. Was he just always bald? Yeah. Yes. Yes, he was. He was born bald and just never got hair. Ever. That guy, isn't that guy in, he's in the Masters of the Universe movie, isn't he? Plays like a grumpy cop or something. I'm pretty sure he is. It's been a long time since I watched that. I should watch it. I did pick up the Blu-ray recently. Eventually. Now, if it was an overview or a closer look, yes, those we wanted a little more, you know, a little more detail. I mean, I kind of did like a mini closer look at it, but, you know, whatever. Well, yeah, that's helping I get the updates done so I can get on to the closer looks. Actually get everything opened up and covered, and then when I get those done, we can do the tidying up the horror section video, and then I can finally finish the Halloween special. There are some closer look segments for the Halloween special as well, which I will also film around the same time. So, yeah. So there's actually still a few. They're update unboxing closer look segments. So they're a little bit of everything. So there's a few things still that have not been covered in this update because they're being reserved for the Halloween special. Exclusives for the Halloween special. I might post those segments as individual videos later as well. Because why not? Might as well milk the content. Milk it. Squeeze that content teat. Speaking of Back to the Future, I just found out last week that Marty McFly was originally played by Eric Stoltz. Wow, you didn't know that? Crazy. I thought that was pretty common knowledge by now. He was let go because he tried portraying Marty in the movie as intense and tragic rather than comedic. Yeah, there's actually footage of him in some of the... They did film some scenes with him. And yeah, honestly, he was terrible. It was just not the same vibe. I saw some footage and was like, wow, how could you fuck up that role? I know. And what's funny, didn't he end up playing, Wasn't he in the sequel to Teen Wolf? Funny enough. Which was made famous by being a Michael J. Fox vehicle. Teen Wolf 2. So it's like Eric Stoltz always in the shadow of Michael J. Fox. I wonder if Michael J. Fox was originally up for the role in Mask. See, now in the case of Mask, that's fine. Play it intense and tragic. That's fine. Serious, you know. But I don't know. The 6 Degrees of Eric Stoltz, which is also the same 6 degrees of Michael J. Fox, oddly. I mean, I guess they were both about the same age, so they were both kind of at the same point in their careers, getting the, you know, the teen protagonist, the likable teen protagonist roles. I know he was in the sequel to The Fly, which I still have never seen. I realized doing this update, there's so many franchises where I've literally only seen the first movie and never bothered with any of the sequels. It's almost like that's a thing with me. I'll only ever watch the first movie in a franchise. Fuck all the sequels. Like, you never capture that magic again. I'm not even going to watch them. I don't know why. Don't know why that is. But there's a lot of them. Like Hellraiser, only seen the first one. Chucky, only seen the first one. You know? The Fly, only seen the first one. You realize that they tried franchising everything to make a buck, even back then. Yeah. Well, there was also a Teen Wolf cartoon. Yep. Also, the TV adaptations that came after that were either awful or a hidden gem. Yes, there were, yeah, definitely a mix. Like Beetlejuice, for example. Beetlejuice, the animated series, was fucking awesome. It's like, it's just so much fun. And genuinely hilarious. Like, just a brilliant spin-off, you know? And even the Back to the Future cartoon was alright. I mean, it was fairly straightforward Saturday morning fare, but it still had the, you know, the flavor of the movies, right? And you had Christopher Lloyd in character doing live-action intros and outros. And Bill Nye the Science Guy doing science-y stuff in those segments, you know? And Tom Wilson playing the voice of Biff in every time zone ever. The entire Biff family tree played by Tom Wilson. You know, there was an Uncle Buck series without John Candy. Yeah. It's every bit as awful as you're thinking. It didn't last very long. But, yeah. But then you have cases like, you know, say MASH, you know, which was a pretty successful movie. I think it was an award-winning movie, actually, based on a novel. And, I mean, the TV series was massive. So, yeah. Well, yeah, no way. It was literally a John Candy vehicle movie. And, like, you're going to do a spin-off of a vehicle movie without the star of said vehicle? Yeah, there definitely been some spin-offs where you kind of have to scratch your head and think, what the fuck were they thinking? How did they think this would ever work? And surprise, surprise, it didn't. But, anyway. It is getting on to 4 in the morning, and it would be almost 7 a.m. for you. So I don't know what your schedule is, but I don't want to fuck up mine any more than it already has been. So, I think we will reconvene tomorrow. What are we going to do tomorrow? I think, I have some box sets that I think would make for a nice tidy update. Some pretty impressive ones covering the entire career of like certain like B-movie horror directors and stuff. And I got a bunch of them. So the Horror Auteur box sets, as I like to call them. So maybe we'll do those. And then got some classic horror stuff. Well, let's see. Let's move some stuff over. Let's see here. Yeah, so this is... That's Gothic. That's Gothic. Hold on. What are we looking for here? This is all Gothic horror. Actually, no, these aren't necessarily Gothic horror. We can move these, I think. These. Okay. So we'll do these ones, which are like some classic horror stuff, some box sets. And collector's editions. And yeah, we'll do these. Is this all? Yeah, this is all like Horror Auteur stuff. And I guess we can put these in with those as well. Look at that. It's a stack of box sets. I mean, that's like almost one of the stacks on its own. That's like a full stack. No, it is a full stack, actually. Yeah, that'd be an entire stack of just these. I just have to figure out an order for them, I think. We call it like horror legends and auteurs, I think. So it's mostly Arrow. It's mostly Arrow, yeah. But it's all kind of the same idea. Like all of these spotlight like a particular horror filmmaker. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Some of them are quite extensive. Put that there. Okay, so do those. And then what? And then we could get a start on the Gothic horror, I think. lot of solos, and a bunch of box sets. Yeah. These are good. I don't know where the hell to put Jekyll. There's really nowhere else I can put it. So, I'll just throw it in at the Gothic Horror. It's not really Gothic, but fuck it. I forgot to put it in one of the other sections, so we'll just throw it in there. Okay, so these were actually a lot of the collections that got me started on this big horror binge in the first place. So, Horror Legends and Auteurs, back row here, and then Gothic Horror, box sets and solo titles. So, yeah, and then I think after that, well, the Gothic Horror section would be a great lead-in for all the Hammer stuff. And Hammer, we've got 2 stacks. I got so much Hammer stuff. And that's not even everything. There's more that's come out since that I'm a little behind on. So, we'll be getting caught up on those over the next few months, I think. But, meanwhile, that's that. Severin's Ray Dennis Steckler set. Do I have that one? I think that might be one of the ones I don't have. Yeah, I don't actually have that one. I've got the Andy Milligan one and the Al Adamson one. But I need to get the Ray Dennis Steckler one. How much of your collection have you watched? Well, okay, remember, this is an update video. So a lot of this stuff I haven't even opened yet. So, of these, I haven't watched very many because they're not even opened yet. I mean, that was the whole point of a lot of these purchases, was to get stuff that I hadn't seen. You know, to broaden my horizons, to expand my experience. But, you know, it's not always about watching everything the second you get it. It's about having it on your shelf so you can watch it when you want to. You know, and a lot of the stuff that I collect is things that you will not find on streaming services, like anywhere. So, and a lot of them are limited editions. You got to get them while you can, or you won't be able to get them at all. So, that's it. But as to how much have I watched, I don't know. I'd say probably about half of it. Like, I watch stuff all the time. You know, I'm almost, like, every day I'll watch a movie or, you know, a bunch of episodes of a TV show or something. So, this is an unusually large haul to get all at once, but, you know, there was purpose behind it. So as far as, you know, how I'm doing things, stage 1 is the updates. Say, hey, look at all the cool stuff I got. Stage 2 is the closer looks and unboxings. So that's when I actually open all the stuff up and we check out the contents and like that. And stage 3, finally, is reviews. When I actually sit down and watch stuff and then I make videos about what I watched. Do my reviews and whatnot, so. Yeah, well, that's a very good point. Yeah, he says, Fritz says, the philosopher Walter Benjamin has a great essay about not wanting a library full of books he's read. The idea is that you have things to look forward to. Exactly. I look at it this way. My collection, actually, no, I probably watched about maybe a third of my collection, now that I think about it. And that's not really counting the new stuff, because the new stuff is all new. But, yeah, but I mean, as for my books, I've probably read easily about half of my books, because I read a lot. But yeah, but the way I've always thought of it is my collection is also my retirement plan, meaning when I retire, I want to sit on my ass and watch movies and read books all day. So, you know, and then when I die, my heirs can keep what they want and sell what they want, and they'll have a lot of really valuable stuff there to sell. So, you know, including the new stuff is like a fifth. Oh yeah, the news. I mean, there's so much new stuff. Like this is the biggest like singular haul I've ever got, without question, and probably will ever get. Like this is a once in a lifetime thing. So, yeah, this is by no means typical. Usually I'll buy like, you know, maybe 6 things in a month, if that. More like 2 or 3 a lot of the time. So, I mean, this is an unusually gargantuan update. But I figured usually, you know, one worth celebrating and having fun with. So, that's what we're doing. Or none, yeah. A lot of months I don't buy anything because, you know, funds are tight. And you got to put the priority on living. Got to feed the body before you feed the soul, right? And make sure you have a roof over your head to do all that feeding in. So, anyway, I am going to head to bed, folks. Although I'm probably going to get a bite to eat first. Maybe just some toast and peanut butter, something simple. Anyway, have yourselves a great day or night. Thanks for joining me. I will see you again soon. On the morrow, where we will continue. Oops. We've already got our next batch ready to go. And a lot of them are box sets. So even though they take up a lot of space, they probably won't take too long to actually cover. We'll go more in-depth on those when we do the unboxings and closer looks. But for now, as I said, it's basically just, hey, look at the cool stuff I got. Neat, huh? Well, I usually say a little more than that. Well, in the case of Death Note, I mean, it's been so long that since I got everything, I've basically read or watched darn near everything. So in that case, I had a lot to say. But, yeah. Sometimes that's the case. Well, and Garth Marenghi was another one. Like, I've obviously just recently rewatched the show and started sort of leafing through the books, which sound like an absolute hoot. So, yeah. Anyway, have yourselves a great day or night, everybody. Thanks for stopping by. I will see you next time. Until then, thanks for watching, and sayonara. And I really got to figure out what the fuck is up with that mist and why it keeps freezing. See you next time.